Yeah. So do I sometimes, not remember grinding. No. Yeah, grinder. Yeah. Yeah. No, actually I feel cold. Even earlier I thought to put the heater on. My hand is very.
Yeah, London. London said it's going really hot. He said it's going to be cold today. He said, because my hands are going to be. He said, anytime he says it's cold, it's going to be. What did he say? 15% and low 10%. He said that.
Yeah. Then makes it good. I know that we can use.
Yeah.
They can't do it. They can't do it because main media was not there. You know what they're making news? With what? They gone too far lately. I'm sorry. Just 1 second.
Yeah,
Just 1 second.
he forgot to eat again.
He doesn't make sounds anymore. You
Yeah,
know?
I know.
You just eat, drink and sleep. I have to go down there, find the horizon and go. Some animals make more. Look, I was a fool when I decoded. This one full I was 48,600. I take it from other side. Full 51,500. Some animals here. This one, this side. I do another one now. Let's see. That, look, I'm full now, right? This is yours. Let's see what comes out of that. Because they mixed, don't forget. I just go around and collect them all. I can actually check it, do each individually. $52,600. Jeez. also want to see how many people cancel their DVC license. Already the millions did. They send in their threatening letters now. 12th August, they should come here. We are coming 12th August. It's been set to the midday. Some people answer, I don't need license. I don't. Because they know I don't. My age. $49, sir.
I've got the heating on.
Yeah.
I've been sat there and I was like, oh, it is so cold. It's so cold. Maybe I'll warm up.
It's,
But the only part that was warm is my legs that are hot. And there's a little blanket on my top because I fell into bed. Mm-hmm. Come on, chef.
Oh yeah, it is a bit cold. I can feel it. You can imagine some people colder than that. And we feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So, welcome.
Tasty Swedish cinnamon rolls. You know, go on there. Just one more.
Well, who's rating?
I made
I
them.
mean, just 2 seconds.
Cinnamon roll.
You can make them stronger than when they were first instilled in just 5 minutes. So, welcome back, baby.
No, cinnamon balls is very easy. You make the dough, and you just put cinnamon in and roll it.
Yeah, but if you put fruits in them, or cinnamon, it's called
Give us your
sausage.
reflections.
You put raisins in it. I done them too.
So, for me, it was a first.
Oh my God, I used to.
I wouldn't make it for him if you told me.
I used to buy them
with
on a
literally
Wednesday.
hundreds of thousands of people. I've never.
But if they didn't have lots of fruits in them, I
But
didn't.
that's always been on
They had to have
television, on
loads of
the radio,
fruits in
or
them.
whatever.
You know, like,
It's so much easier to do it when you
you know how to make it?
Yeah.
Oh. Let's see your recipe.
It's like,
No, I want to see your
I
recipe.
haven't made them for a long time, so
Yeah.
if I remember, it's similar to bread dough. Very similar to bread dough.
Correct.
You rise it up.
No, not just the bread.
You get the yeast, get it warm, butter it back down, roll it out, layer whatever you're going to layer.
That's a different way to do it.
Roll them up.
You know how we do? We open the dough. Well, when we make the dough,
Or you add it to the
we
dough.
already put the sugar in the dough.
Yeah, it should be good.
And the butter goes in there. Butter that you use it goes in there. And then in the factory they put stabilizers. Doesn't matter. But normally just normal flour and the sugar and the butter goes into the dough. When you open the dough, right, then you put a sugar water.
Oh, then we used to press the sugar water on the top.
Yeah, and you do that too. And then you put all the raisins, and you put all the cinnamons in it, and you know, depending if you want to make a buns or something else, you just roll it. But otherwise, you do round ones. You know, you just cut stripes.
That's a
You turn, and then and you put them on the sideways instead of putting them right. When you roll it, you don't leave them on top. You just drop it on the sideways, and then you put things up. Some people even put egg on it to make it a bit more.
Egg and sugar water. Oh, that loves them. Absolutely.
It's very easy to make. But if I knew it, I would have made it.
An anonymous screen in front of you, or a very congenial, charming presenter such as yourself. It's much more challenging when you're facing the people, because the people are there, they're going to give you your reaction. And so, believe it or not, or perhaps believe it, and no reason not to believe it, I was quite nervous going on stage.
Yeah.
And you've got, your 5 minutes or 6 minutes or whatever it is to get your message, and all up here, and you just got to remember, can I get it out? But apart from me, I think the event was phenomenal. It was really phenomenal. I was on BBC Radio 5 Live this morning, and all they could focus on was the 25 arrests apparently that took place yesterday. And by their own admission, they said there were 110,000 people there. So by my calculation, that's 0.03%. But, when I was there, it looked like, first of all, much more than 110,000 people.
Yeah. Lying bastards, isn't it?
All the way from the middle of Whitehall, which is where the stage was, to Portcullis House and Parliament Square. And then
they only counted the people in front of the camera.
Bridge, where it's taking up quite a lot of the northern side of the embankment. And no way is that just 100,000 people. That is probably triple that in my mind. But all the people I saw were of the carnival spirit. Yeah, they wanted to say good things about the Prime Minister, but who doesn't? And that's just getting it out of your system. But it was a carnival spirit. There was lots of music played. It was upbeat. All the speakers spoke about nothing other than, peace, prosperity, pulling together, proud nation state, our flag, our union, our country, our history. None of which should be offensive to anyone. All of it should be uplifting. And it was designed to be an uplifting event. I know that's what Tommy Robinson wanted. He went to a lot of trouble. I'm aware of this because, he told me he went to a lot of trouble to try and get Westminster Council to provide adequate screens so that people could actually see what was going on, because that's a key component of engaging those who come and, keeping them content. He wanted loads of his own security. He pleaded and wanted, the police there, which they were there. And we wanted nothing collectively than a carnival, happy, spirited rally. I know people called it a protest. It was a protest in the sense that we're, sending a signal to the government, but it was really a rally. It was a rallying cry for the British people that, unite. I love the fact that it's called United Kingdom too.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, Ben. The diversity of the crowd yesterday as well was simply amazing. I mean, the camera kept panning around, and we're seeing faces there from all different backgrounds, creeds and colours, and it just made me feel so proud that we are genuinely in stark contrast to what some of the things that are being said in the mainstream media. We are genuinely uniting the people and uniting the kingdom, and it makes me extremely proud to see people of all backgrounds stand together. But the one thing they have in common is red, white and blue in their heart, and I just think that's just so uplifting.
Yeah, and I think that's what the establishment and our detractors don't like. The fact that we're unified around the red, white and blue. They find that offensive, and it comes back to a subject you and I have discussed many, many times, which is that the establishment essentially is anti-British. It doesn't see its role as governing the British Isles, doing stuff for the benefit of the British people. Or it sees its role as a member of some kind of global set of
globalist,
institutions rather than the country.
What's globalist? Money making.
Giving up power to supranational institutions. That's how Keir Starmer sees his job. I don't think he really sees his job as the proud Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, protecting our interests and promoting our interests. He sees his job as going to the G7 or the EU or whatever international body it is, and hobnobbing with his mates and dreaming up ideas that they will apply right across Europe, right across the United States of America and elsewhere. And that's not his job. And fundamentally that's why they stand against the red, white and blue, because when we identify ourselves as British, we are opposing him in his global aspirations. And Parliament is hijacked by all of this. It was interesting. One thing I want to say in my speech, and not having notes, is that Parliament is in contempt of the people, and there are visual examples of it, because when we were in the 1980s, you remember this, Paul, you could walk right up to the Commons or to the Lords. There were no barriers, nothing. And progressively over time, first of all, fences were introduced and police, a little stand for the police was introduced and barricades were introduced. And now, if you go, I don't know if you've seen this. I went there the other day to the Lords for a book launch, and there's a 9-foot tall metal fence all the way down the front of Parliament. That is a symptom and an optical example of the way those that govern us are separating us themselves from the people.
Yeah.
And the reason they need
Scared.
that 9-foot tall metal fence is because they stand in opposition to us. They keep doing things that we, the people, don't want.
Yeah.
And in order to protect themselves and thereby reveal their disconnection with the people, they've been compelled to put up this large fence.
So, I mean, that is a physical barrier, an actual physical barrier between them and their people.
Absolutely. And it's when I was there trying to get admission, policemen inevitably didn't have my name on the list. But I felt almost like I was back at school and going to see the headmaster. You know, I was in trouble because I was trying to get through these metal gates. And that's not how it should be. That's not how we should be.
Not at all. Can I just take you back to your moments on stage, Ben? I mean, we spoke before the event, and I said, Ben, are you ready to feel the love? Do you know what I meant now?
Yeah, well, again, it's one thing doing it behind the screen and it's another doing it in reality. You really never know how many people even know who the hell you are, you know. And so it was lovely when I was sitting at the back of the stage waiting for the speaker before me to finish. And the people in the crowd could see I was sitting at the back of the stage, and lots of hands were going up and waving at me and thumbs up, and it got me going actually. Got my sort of spirits up, ready for my speech. And when
He's
I
the only one.
a huge share, I think.
Oh, Ben, I think you're being modest. I think there was a big chant of
He's the
Ben
only one
Herbie, Ben Herbie.
And it's something equally sort of emotive, but opposite in its sentiment about the Prime Minister.
Yeah, I think that moment's gone a bit viral this morning, Ben.
I love that. Let it go viral. Bear with it.
Oh dear. But look, Ben, as usual, the mainstream media have been busy spreading their usual lies this morning, but there has been a noticeable change in their polling and their action. They surely can't continue to label a gathering of this size. I mean, some estimates are more than 1 million people. Whether that is right or not, I don't know. I'm not qualified to comment on that, but they can't continue to label such a gathering of that sort of size as all being racist, far-right lunatics, can they?
No, they can't. They were, as I said, on the BBC Radio 5 Live this morning, and that's how it was classified by some commentator called Seema something or the other. She came on and she said it was a gathering of far-right extremists. And, the 25 arrests. And I said, well, what about the 900 arrests of the Palestinian Action march the other day? They forget that. And what about all the arrests that take place at Notting Hill Carnival? Every year stabbings take place, and they keep saying, there was very little violence, phenomenal success. But not every year, ever since I remember Notting Hill Carnival, it's been violent. And so they sort of coat the event with their prejudice, and they present it the way they wish it to be presented. Notting Hill Carnival, good. Loads of people in love with their country, wanting their country to be protected, bad. And the other thing I'll just quickly say, if I may, and it's something that it escaped me. Of course, our flags are inherently Christian. St. George's flag is Christian, St. Andrew's, Ulster Banner, worship of a dragon for reasons which only known to themselves, but it's St. David effectively, but they're all Christian, and the Union flag is, clearly a Christian flag. It's a combination of our various saints. And maybe that's what offends them as well, that it's a Christian thing.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of the importance of Advance UK, not just standing for our cultural Christian roots, which so many people talk about, but our constitutional Christian roots, which are evidenced through our flag. Our flag represents our constitutional Christian roots. And we've got to make that case. It's not just about culture. It's about constitution. We are a Christian constitutional country, a constitutionally Christian country. And people come into this country, even if they have other religions, and they can practice those, of course, but they need to recognize that they're in a Christian country and pay respect to that Christianity.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, look, I've got so many questions for you this morning, Ben, but I'll try and keep them as reasonable as possible. I mean, look, you mentioned me on a couple of
I
occasions.
actually agree with him on one point when he said we are a Christian country, but it also has another level of it. If it's a Christian, being a Christian country, religiously upset people, a country also built on Christian, constitution. That means a rules based on we're not going to do this, we're not going to do that. When they write the British Constitution, that's gone by the Christian Constitution. That means it's not with the religion anymore. That means the principles of Christianity applies to the Constitution. That means if you don't like, you don't want to be a Christian, that's okay. But you have to follow the rules of that Constitution. And that's, nobody ever said it except him saying, okay, you want to be any other religion, or you want to be a, what they call them, atheist. It's okay. But Constitution is based on it. You believe, Constitution not just being written, being agreed by the British. Everybody in Britain, when they write the Constitution, had to agree with it, that rules. Because them days, obviously, don't forget that most people was a Christian, more churchgoers. Now there's hardly any, because a church himself is a liar.
Right.
And even them, well, you see the, what's the name, king. And one day he's wearing pocket clothes, next day he's sitting on the floor, and he's a king. Whatever country he goes, he changes clothes. King shouldn't change the clothes.
Yeah,
You're representing not yourself, you fuck.
Yeah.
You're representing me. In all times, even sultans, they had a different clothes when they are get people. You know, when people come in to see him, he has different clothes to wear. When he goes, other governments come in or other leaders come in or something, they all have national clothes, what they normally wear. Turkish. It's, you have the people out there, they have the right mind. But again, we are in inevitable a moment, inevitable, because everything ever been written become reality. Everything. There's not one thing is missing in there. Even the, I never thought about what's the name, Noah down there with the flooding. That had an explanation to it. That happened, but not religiously. God done it. Did it happen? That's the Earth magnetic field, and it turns every few 100,000 years. You just, instead of go from right to left, you go left to right. Yeah. And that stoppages, it creates thousands of meter high, what's the name, a wave, a tsunami. It will cover entire planet, but that high. Entire planet will be underwater. And very, very few places probably might survive. And that, it doesn't take 10 minutes to settle it down, because eventually he settles down. Because then instead it goes, the jet stream going right to left, it goes from left to right. Eventually it settles down. Whoever survived, good luck. But it didn't happen. And it's happened, they've seen it in the geological sediments. It's not one time happened. Because that things happens, sediments is change. Too much goes one time. It's, scientifically been proved things. But the religious hijacked it, put the fear factors. In a good reason at the time. But then everybody got collecting money. He said it. He said it in that. You know, when I was pissing up there, what come to my mind? It's amazing. Everything happened to me in my life is come to the benefit of me. Even I'm living in the house with have a stairs in it. I never had stairs in my house.
Mm.
In Turkey we did have. We had 3 floors. We didn't have all big for them establishment. That's the place I born. That house I we didn't have. It's nothing, it's everything wood. Walls, floors, everything. Wood. Nothing. Anyhow, but it's only place where that's very good for you because you want to piss, you go up. Not lazy me sometimes, but you understand what I'm saying? It's everything is. I read that book. It's not just coincidence. It come to me. You know, things like benefit me in my life, they really always come into me. You know, it's not even the hardest things. It's always a positive comes after that. That is amazing. I'm pissing up there, as you can imagine. You never lived in the States. You're a lazy fuck. You have to go up and down, up and down. And you piss quite often. Well, you exercise minimum 5-6 times a day. If you was in a flat house, that's it. But again, it's, sometimes when I say, I've been around, I know that, but when I was around, always good things comes to me. I learned a lot. You know, I'm very proud for my age. You know, it's not somebody in my age has that much knowledge. We're out of an average. I know I can talk to them. They're all very similar, you know. Sometimes Fred talks to me. We talk, what do you think we talk about? I listen to him more than he listens to me now because I have nothing to say to him. We're talking about a little bit of neighborhood, a little bit of sounds, a little bit of gardening, and about his health. That's it. I think he's ever know what's happening with the environment? No. You think if I say to him, it will probably say, well, that's it, whatever. He will not put anything in it, agree or disagree. No. And he's not the only one. And best example to it, Leslie, I'm a big out person. Never ever in my life I've been spent that much. Only other time I spent that much in confined place, that was in jail. And here my door's open. Only time in my life I ever spent that much time in confined is in jail. In private life, I never had a day I didn't come out. Complete day, never. If I was not in the pubs or something, I was working. And that's also a very telling point to myself. I'm not being forced into it. You know that very well. I'm not. You just, I have no desire, let's put it that way. I want to do this, I want to do that. I want to see this, I want to see that. I have no desire.
Yeah.
Out there, I have no desire. But because the what's happening worldwide, that also holds me in the house. Because I can see on the internet what's happening. I can see the both sides. And I don't like to miss. Why do you think I come back to it in the game? I want to see it's happening.
Now, we all know that he's a human being and therefore he's not absolutely perfect, no one is, but how have you found him to be so far?
I found him to be nothing other than charming, affable, extremely engaging. And I can't ascribe any of the vitriol and the way that he's painted. I can't ascribe that to him through my own meetings with him. I can't do it.
That's the way I found it, Ben. I mean, look, if I find something bad, I'll have to say it. At the moment, I've not found anything bad, and I've certainly not seen anything that remotely resembles the man that the mainstream media like to portray. I mean, look, we've got a situation now, Ben, where GB News, Talk TV, they appear to have ghosted you for some reason, but this is what matters. Yesterday, with the citizen journalists across the platforms, we had over 2 million people watching live. Dan Warren alone has already had more than 1 million views on his live stream.
I think.
He has, yeah. Now, we checked this up yesterday deliberately. During that stream, Sky News had 1,000 people watching their channel. 1,000.
Sky.
Citizen journalists covering that had over 2 million watching live. Over 1 million on Tommy's X feed alone. So I think it's fair to say, Ben, we are now the media and the public just aren't buying this nonsense anymore.
No. I mean, I being frank with you, I was not over the moon about being cancelled by GB News and Talk. I don't think that they had valid reasons to do it. But the reason I wasn't happy about it was not any sort of slight to my sensibilities, but that I feared that I may not be able to do what I need to do as a politician for Advance UK to get the message out for Advance UK. Because they weren't very helpful. GB News, undoubtedly GB News has changed the way politics is discussed in this country.
Yeah.
It's given a voice to, people like me and others. And I was fearful that having been cancelled for no good reason, that I would be neutered in my ability to get the message out. But I was cancelled by GB News the day we announced Advance UK, 30th of June. And since then, we've now got over 33,000 members without the support. And that makes us, by the way, the SNP, which is the next largest party, has 54,000 members. And then you go to the Conservatives and so on. So we're right up there. We are right in the mainstream of politics now, without the support of any mainstream media. So the channels are yourself, Dan Woodman, Pete McCormack, Winston Marshall, and so on and so forth. These are the channels through which we're going to get out.
Yeah, these are the people that are offering the public the truth. Ben, I was out in Spain last night, went out for dinner with some friends last night, and we were approached every 50 yards. We were being approached by people saying, "Oh, we couldn't be there today, but we were watching. What a great day. We watched Ben. Ben was great." I gather that you had a big spike in membership for Advance Day as well.
Well, so I got off stage at about 5 p.m. Not the best time to be looking for membership going up on a Saturday evening. But overnight, we've had 1,500 new members. Overnight. And I haven't checked this morning. I've been out to the gym. I haven't checked this morning. But I imagine that, it's accelerated Sunday morning when people have got up and had a coffee and, come back to life, as it were, and gone and sort of, right, let's join. And we've just got to do more of this. What we've got to do is engage all the people who came yesterday in politics. We've got to get them to actually become members of Advance, become the army for Advance UK. The proverbial army, in case the thought police are watching this, the proverbial army to get our campaigning machine going. Nothing will stop us. If the people who came to that rally yesterday, that protest yesterday, join Advance UK, every single one of them, we would actually win the next general election for. That's how seismic it would be.
Absolutely, and I keep saying to people, anyone out there that doubts it, listen to what we're saying because we are going to win, trust me. Now, I'll tell you what else struck me yesterday. That, you know,
I said that yesterday, remember?
The time to travel along
There's all that people.
speech, and more importantly,
They joined the Advance UK, they will win the election.
Only politician brave enough and who cares enough to be there for the people, to support and to represent them. What the hell is wrong with these cowards, Ben?
Yeah, so it's very interesting the way you put that I was only politician brave enough. And in saying that, what you revealed is the problem with public discourse at the moment. It's so hijacked by a particular form of ideology, which includes, by the way, Tommy Robinson, the persona, that anything to do with Tommy Robinson is basically dealing with the devil, and that if you were prepared to share a platform with him, you are clearly supping with the devil, and you are either mad or you're brave, depending on which side of the political debate you're on. And people like, I'm not going to name names, but you know who I'm thinking about, they look at it and they go, well, they don't want to take the risk of being cancelled. But what they should do is two things, in my view. They should sit down and reflect on what is the right and wrong of this. Where does that lie? Is it really genuinely true that Tommy Robinson and anything to do with him is so bloody awful that even though he can command nearly 1 million or 300,000, 500,000, whatever number of people turn up, he can command them to come to London at vast cost to themselves, present themselves to make them to make their voices heard, and yet he's such a bad man.
Yeah.
It doesn't add up.
It doesn't
The rights and wrongs of it doesn't add up. And then the other thing that I think I got three points to make. The second point is that as politicians in a democracy, they should welcome any opportunity to address the British people, and they mustn't be so brittle with their own sensitivity that, I can only address the British people if the British people are presented to me in this fashion or that fashion, only through this channel or that channel. And then the last thing I would say, and this is the biggest hypocritical thing of the establishment, is it absolutely horrified me when Michelle O'Neill, the First Minister of Northern Ireland, after the abomination that you could have Sinn Féin leader as First Minister of Northern Ireland, was invited to the coronation of the King. This is a woman who leads a party that won't even take their seats in Parliament because they hold our Parliament in contempt. And yet, the establishment had no problem inviting her to the coronation. And I know that all our politicians, our mainstream politicians, have no problem sharing a platform with her, or with her boss, Mary Lou McDonald, apologists for the IRA, an organisation that has killed British citizens. And yet they would vilify someone like me standing on a stage addressing British citizens. This is the topsy-turvy nature of cancel culture, and the ideology gone completely wrong.
For anyone watching this, Ben, have you not worked it out yet? I mean, it's all there, very evident, and the evidence is being laid out in front of your very eyes by the day. And, you know, look, Ben, I know that you're reluctant to mention his name, but I'm going to, if you don't mind, you know, I'm going to say, where was Nigel Farage yesterday, or his representatives? Where were we from? The so-called party of the people? Where was Robert Jenrick, who pretends suddenly, all of a sudden, to understand the problems? And, you know, where were they? Where were they? And I've got to also say that I've got my ear very close to the ground to the people, in fact, and I've got a lot of friends down there. You have amazing support down there. In fact, I have videos, Ben, from Friday night when they have their regular Friday night little demo. Again, I don't want to make you blush, but they were chanting your name, no one else's. Nigel's constituents down there, in fact, and are not happy at all. They feel they've been let down. And I feel that we are making huge inroads with the genuine people of this country, because they realise that we are a party, we are people that genuinely care, genuinely listen, and genuinely have their best interests at heart. And I'm going to say, last of all, I'm sorry, if these people are not brave enough to stand on a platform in front of, allegedly, their own voters
I know.
How can we trust them to be brave enough to manage our country?
Absolutely. And the change is required to be
They're actually the biggest mistake they
done in
make.
the past. It's going to require real fortitude to do it. And they
Come
haven't
to
got
the,
the courage to do it.
Nigel Farage. That's the
Robert
first
Jenner,
biggest mistake he ever made.
Farage time, we all know what Farage is like. He's neither here nor there. I mean, I've almost but Robert Jenrick could have really stolen a march. The Conservative Party could have stolen a march on reform. And they would have put me in difficulties if Robert Jenrick had turned out to speak. Because then, his argument would be, well, you don't need Ben, I'm here.
Yeah.
But actually, he wasn't there.
No.
They vacated the field.
And Ben, do you know what? Honestly, I'm going to be honest with you, mate. I think it's too late for all of them. I think they're done. I really do.
They've been done,
and whilst I'm still personally getting messages from people saying,
Let's go away, come on.
Off you go. Chance, even that is dwindling.
No, come
seeing
on.
through the smoke and mirrors. But look, I don't want to go too far down that route. Let's stay on the positives. Look, the British people yesterday, I believe, and I'm not, blowing smoke here, Ben, but I believe the British people saw a genuine man of the people in yourself. I think you proved to everyone yesterday that you are our man from the 21st century. And if you don't mind me saying, I know you're perhaps but you're our modern day Winston Churchill, Ben. We need you, the people need you. I know it's a massive accolade, but...
And it's a huge accolade. I mean, he's one of the greatest Britons that ever lived. And it might be with the thumbnail of his, that would be a massive accolade in itself, I think.
Well, look, Ben, I know it's putting a huge weight on your shoulders. I understand that, and I'm sorry to do that. But this is our nation's darkest hour since the end of the Second World War, and we need a heroic leader like Churchill.
It is. I mean, make no mistake, we are facing our constitutional cultural extinction. That is what we are facing. I know we've got massive economic issues, but they are born out of the fact that our constitution and our culture has been so damaged. Mass immigration, net zero, you can point to all the issues that have caused our economy to collapse. But they're born out of our government not having their eye on the ball when it comes to our constitution and culture. The people, what we are, what we stand for. And not a single shot's been fired, but this is every as big a threat as we faced back in 1939. No doubt.
I truly believe that.
Yeah, Western civilization is hugely threatened at the moment.
They're talking about it now. I've been saying that for 10 years.
Is that if we don't do it quickly, I think the ability to do it peacefully will disappear.
Have you ever seen the magic glasses that...
Because people doesn't know the history of
This glasses can not only see...
That is the problem with people. They don't know the history. Human being. I know Turkish history when I was about 10, 11 years old.
The glasses will automatically
Not from the comic books, from elders. They're talking about it. They've been there. If they not been there, like that, they're dead. My old man in the village, I live with. Well, he obviously wasn't the First and the Second World War, but his granddad is not his dad. His granddad, he was in the Ottoman Empire. I mean, they know the history by not from the newspapers. They've been there. And they told me about it. I knew Turkish history. I didn't, but every country I visited after that, I know their history.
And they'll take matters into their own hands, and that would be terrible.
That would be catastrophic, wouldn't it? It would be terrible. Yeah.
And so people like Starmer, I'm saying this on BBC Radio 5, instead of trying to classify everyone as far right, listen to what they're bloody saying. Try and listen to it, and try and see what the message is, and if there's any validity in the message, and try and change the way you're behaving.
Address the issues, yeah.
Address the issues.
I think he's beyond listening, but there you go. I mean, look, Ben, I want to ask you about Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Scenes last week that were just simply horrendous, and I was very touched yesterday. You had the tributes to Charlie, the pictures of him in the crowd. Very, very difficult to watch that was. But I've got to say, Ben, I feel that the mainstream media,
I find it difficult, especially when they're showing in the video him and his wife and his two babies.
I do feel that in part the
When the
mainstream
woman
media
and
have been
looking
guilty of
to
putting
him,
targets on people's backs.
where how they look to each other in that
And
picture,
we need to be able to
it
get
gives
back
you
to being able to disagree
that.
or to agree to
And how he
disagree
holds the
without the
baby,
use of
his
violence.
son,
Do you think the media
it
has
gives
something to
you
answer for here?
not goosebump, you call
No
it. It
doubt.
makes you
I mean,
feel
even this morning, to paint
that kind of person
right,
being taken in.
people of whom they know nothing. They started to paint the protesters after the Southport killings as far right, about whom he knew nothing, is basically revealing his contempt for the people. And if you have contempt for the people, you will put targets on their backs. I mean, the reason Lucy Connolly went to prison, Peter Lynch went to prison and died in prison, and others are still in prison, was because the Prime Minister put a target on their back by classifying them as far right. And then the criminal justice system felt at liberty to do with them that which it wished to do.
Yeah.
And it's the same with the killer of, I can't remember, it was Tyrone or something, who killed Charlie Kirk. He, no doubt, knew that killing is illegal and immoral, but in his own mind, he'd come to terms with justifying it, because somehow he'd come to believe that Charlie Kirk was the devil. And the only way that Charlie Kirk in his mind could have been the devil is if the media had painted him to be the devil. And the media's got to grow up. It can't be indoctrinating, pushing its own agenda all the time, and anyone who stands against their agenda, they're the devil. You know, Tommy Robinson is the Voldemort of British politics, isn't he? You're not even allowed to say his name. He has become the living, breathing Voldemort. And, you know, just to read, it's not about Tommy, it's not about me, it's about the people. And I'll just go back to this. When you've got a political class and a media that's prepared to categorize millions of British people as far right, you know that they're not thinking straight. So individuals will be vilified, targets will be put on our back, and no doubt people will try to, I mean, they've already tried it. Alex Phillips was on X last week calling me weird. You know, she made
very disappointing, Ben. I'm sorry, that was very disappointing.
It's an attempt to try and dehumanize me, isn't it? It's to say this guy's he's a weirdo. And next step, he's far-right weirdo, he's an extremist. And once if she's successful in making me a weird far-right extremist, then someone pulling the trigger on me will think, well, I'm getting rid of a far-right weird extremist. He's vermin, he's got to go.
I'm totally with you, Ben. I absolutely agree, and I think some of the rhetoric that comes out of the mainstream media is appalling. And I think that if someone like myself was to do it as an independent, they'd probably be putting me in for incitement.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it comes down to this again. The establishment have their own ideology, and those who abide by it are saints, and those who question it get absolutely nailed.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben, before we go, I just want to draw your attention to Sir Trevor Phillips this morning, Sunday Morning Politics. If we could just play the clip, I'd like to get your thoughts on this, please.
It's possible that the person most taken aback by the huge turnout at yesterday's Unite the Kingdom demonstration was its organiser, the hard-right activist known as Tommy Robinson. 150,000 people crammed into central London, most carrying national flags, the Union Jack, the Cross of St George, even the Scottish Saltire, protesting about immigration, about free speech, and about the decline of Christianity. There was some fearsome rhetoric, including from Elon Musk, who called for the overthrow of the British government. At the margins, there was some hooliganism. But I think that for those who opposed Robinson and his ilk, the most alarming aspect of the event was just how normal the vast majority of the marchers were. I spent an hour or two amongst them, and my own impression was that they were mostly the sort of people you'd meet in a country pub, or in half-time queues at a loo, at football, or at a concert. There was sprinkling of black and brown faces, and the event was brought to a close by a gospel group singing Jerusalem. All that must worry the traditional mass parties, Labour and Conservatives, now polling at less than 40% between them. They're draining support to parties like Reform and the Greens. And yet, a man recently out of jail, condemned as an extremist felled by most mainstream media outlets, can rally a demo the size of the entire population of Cambridge or Blackpool. I think you couldn't imagine either Sir Keir Starmer or Kevin Badenoch pulling off anytime soon. Perhaps people are sending us all a message. Let's see if anyone at Westminster's listening.
Well,
No,
I'm absolutely stunned by that, Paul. I'm stunned. I didn't see that. I'm stunned.
I mean, for me, it's still riddled with inaccuracies and innuendo, but I will have to say, is that the closest that we've seen so far to the mainstream media saying this ain't going away?
Yeah, I'm so impressed. I mean, the numbers may be wrong and the way he portrayed some of it was inaccurate, but I'm impressed he went. I'm impressed that he did his own due diligence, as it were, and engaged with the people and came away with the right result. And there can be nothing more uplifting and unifying than singing Jerusalem, at least for the English crowd. It's our English national anthem, really.
Exactly. I don't know why you would find it alarming that most of those people were the type of people you would find in an English country pub somewhere, but there you go. Look, Ben, what's your... I've had you for long enough. I know you're an extremely busy man on a Sunday. What is your final message to those that came along yesterday and to the millions and millions watching? Because, Ben, I don't know if you realise, but by the end of this week, those videos that are currently now online from yesterday will exceed viewings of 50, 60, 80 million people. So what is your final message to those that came along yesterday, to the watching public, and to those who are supporting Advance and maybe want to support Advance but feel they need to see us grow a little bit more before they do so? What is your final message today?
My final message is that there is no time like the present. Look at what is available to you on the political landscape at the moment, with the exception of Advance, and there's really no real option but to come to Advance. If you believe in a proud, independent, prosperous United Kingdom where nation state and our Christian constitution and the people of this country are put first, where freedoms are observed, indoctrination is stopped, freedom of speech is promoted, the supranational reach of the EU, the WHO, and so on is ejected from our body politic. Our bureaucracy that has so hijacked us is neutered, and if you believe in equality under the law, then there is only one party to support, and that is Advance. And please don't dilly-dally. We've got a very short period of time in which to make Advance the biggest political force in the United Kingdom, and it can be. And it can be. The people are waking up. Join Advance. Join Advance. Send a signal. Come and join my party. I will not let you down. I will keep swinging that bat until either I am absolutely defeated and bloodied in my defeat, or I prevail and we prevail. That is my promise. Join Advance, and we'll make this happen. If you don't join, and you sit on the sidelines and you look, well then don't be surprised if things don't work out.
What a great message, Ben, and I absolutely agree. Guys, get yourselves out there today. I'll put a link in the video description below. Join us. Join Ben, join the team. Join the People's Patriotic Party, the party that really does stand up for you, for the people, for your children and for our country. Ben, thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it. Oh, Ben, it's always a pleasure. You are going to be a busy man again this week, so I hope you've got your very best tie pressed and your shirts ready, because I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Ben Habib over the next few weeks and months.
Thank you, Paul. Thanks for having me on.
All the best, Ben. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Take care.
If you are worried about the elderly and children when you are away from home, use this small surveillance camera. No installation required.
We've mourned the loss of the great Charlie Kirk.
The Spectator reran an article that Charlie wrote in May. The title was called "A Revolution is Coming."
Welcome back to ILTV on the hour. We're live in Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines from the region. I'm Stefan Raviva. Today is day 709 of the war in Gaza. Let's get into all the top headlines of this hour. Amid simmering tensions over the Israeli strike on Hamas, leaders in Doha, Prime Minister Netanyahu is hinting that the targets were not killed, but will be targeted again. The Prime Minister posted they blocked all ceasefire attempts in order to endlessly drag out the war. Getting rid of them would rid the main obstacle to releasing all our hostages and ending the war. That's Netanyahu. Today, Netanyahu is posting visiting U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio amid international pressure to end the war in Gaza. Over the weekend, the White House held a high-level dinner meeting with Qatari Prime Minister Mohammed al-Thani following Israel's targeted strike on Hamas leaders in Doha. President Trump, Vice President Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff all met Qatari Prime Minister al-Thani. Rubio called the discussions positive amid Qatar's demand for guarantees against potential future strikes. In addition to talks on the Israeli airstrike, there were also reported discussions on Qatar's role as a mediator in the hostage ceasefire talks in the wake of the Israeli attack. Ahead of arriving in Israel, Secretary Rubio made some comments. Let's take a listen.
I'm going to get a much better understanding of what the plans are moving forward. What's happened is happened. Obviously, we were not happy about it. The president was not happy about it. Now we need to move forward and figure out what comes next. Because at the end of the day, when all is said and done, there is still a group called Hamas, which is an evil group that still has weapons and is terrorizing. There is still 48 hostages that deserve to be released immediately.
You got the head on when you come up. But
once again, rebuilding Gaza in a way.
you want to get rid of the Hamas? You just been there.
Who's going to do that? Who's going to pay for it?
Hey, the Hamas, das ist
So all that
Qatar.
work is still there to be done. All that still needs to be dealt with.
It's day 709 of the war in Gaza. The IDF continued strikes on Hamas positions over the weekend, bringing down high-rise buildings that could be used to monitor the planned advance into Gaza City. Palestinian sources report dozens killed in airstrikes across Gaza City, Khan Yunis, Rafah, and Deir al-Balah. The strikes come amid repeated calls for residents to evacuate south. The IDF says about 250,000 people, a quarter of Gaza City's population, have already fled. Officials stress the plan is meant to protect civilians while expanding humanitarian zones in the south. Meanwhile, the army is upgrading crossing 147 to AAA deliveries, enabling up to 150 trucks per day, thereby enabling an increased influx of aid with an emphasis on food into the humanitarian zone. The United Nations General Assembly has overwhelmingly endorsed a declaration paving the way toward a two-state solution. The resolution, drafted by France and Saudi Arabia, passed Friday with 142 votes in favor, 10 against, and 12 abstentions. The text includes a controversial right of return clause, which Israel warns would turn the Jewish state into another Arab majority country. It also calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the release of all hostages, and the establishment of a Palestinian state with Hamas disarmed and excluded from power. Israel and the United States rejected the resolution, calling it one-sided. The decision comes ahead of the UN General Assembly later this month, where several Western nations are expected to formally recognize a Palestinian state. Let's take a listen to both comments of the United Nations.
The declaration engages in disturbing moral equivalence and fails to recognize the reality that Hamas's terrorism on October 7th was the reason this war was necessary, and its refusal to free the hostages and lay down its arms is the reason this war continues. The version of the declaration being voted on today even continues to contain language endorsing the so-called right of return, which would mean the demographic death of Israel as a Jewish state. For these reasons, the United States urges delegations to join us in voting against the resolution. Thank you.
This declaration is one-sided. It does not designate Hamas as a terrorist organization. It is there to equate the release of Israeli hostages with the release of convicted terrorists. Shame on you. This meaningless political maneuver takes place while innocent people remain blindfolded Gaza's tunnels, starved, tortured, waiting. Meanwhile, many members of this assembly blindfold themselves by choice. By endorsing this declaration, you cover your own eyes. You choose not to see the truth, to ignore the facts. Israel will not wear that blindfold. We see the hypocrisy. We see the terror. We see this declaration for what it is, a political gesture, an act of theater. Madam President, we will not allow Hamas to win in this assembly what it could not gain on October 7th.
In a historic move this weekend, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu signed off on plans to advance the long-delayed E1 project near Ma'ale Adumim, a strategic development on the east of Jerusalem. Speaking at a ceremony, Netanyahu declared this place belongs to us. The plan will add over 3,400 homes and modern infrastructure to expand Israeli sovereignty and security in Judea and Samaria. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich called the step a giant leap toward full annexation. The total investment is expected to reach nearly $1 billion. Let's listen to Netanyahu on this.
לא תקום מדינה פלסטינית ולכן לא תקום מדינה פלסטינית. מקום הזהות שלה. אנחנו נדאג גם לממשלה, גם להסכם וגם לביטחון.
The conservative commentator and staunch Israel advocate Charlie Kirk was assassinated on Wednesday, shot and killed in front of a crowd of about 3,000 people during a live Q&A session at a college campus event. The murder left millions around the world in shock, including here in Israel. Let's now go to our ILTV correspondent Shosh Bedrosian in Tel Aviv. Shosh, what can you tell us about the developments on this? Here in Tel Aviv at the moment. What can you tell us?
Well, Sivan, they finally have 22-year-old Tyler Robinson in custody. He is a Utah native. The Brooklyn is about 3 hours away from where this shooting happened on this college campus. Just earlier in the week, before he was captured, after this 30-hour manhunt ended, police actually released surveillance video of him on that rooftop, on there and jumping off after the attack happened. Some students actually noticed a person on that rooftop during this event while it was taking place. Like we said, a 30-hour manhunt just to find him after his father was watching the news, according to reports and the press conference that actually took place just the other day, with authorities saying that his father recognized his image on television and confronted him. The son, Tyler Robinson, later confessed to his father. They also brought a youth minister in, where they later turned him into custody. Police at this point in time say he is charged with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. But people will quick and they rush online to blame Israel and the Jewish people for his death. There were nearly 10,000 posts about Israel actually killing Charlie Kirk online before the suspect Tyler Robinson was even captured, before he was even turned into custody. Prime Minister Netanyahu also made comments on American television calling it insane that these rumors continue to spread online as well. But here in Israel, so many people have been touched by Charlie Kirk's legacy, his pro-Israel stance, and what he said about the Jewish state and his close ties to it, because he was an evangelical Christian. We know murals have actually gone up across the state of Israel as well, specifically a mural in Tel Aviv where an artist painted Charlie Kirk's portrait and speaking about his legacy.
Thank you, Shosh. As founders, Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk was known for his willingness to engage in political dialogue, yet stood firmly in his Christian faith and his unwavering support for Israel. He traveled.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want any of that pepper spray. I don't want to get too close to this guy. He looks pretty serious.
10-second disclaimer from me before we start.
Clearly from that intro, you saw that I was there when there was some scuffles with the police. I don't think the whole protest was like that. The whole thing was absolutely enormous, okay? I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, or the wrong place at the wrong time, depending on how you want to see it. Go and watch some other people's videos to get a different perspective.
I think that group, they're fighting, attacking police and all that, is a setup, stage.
Easy jump. Big orange tail is alive.
Eric, thank you so much for being on the program. I know that we've learned so much in the last few hours about this. I want to get to that, but something that nobody's doing and that isn't done enough is eulogizing Charlie. As somebody who traveled the country with him, as somebody who knows him like a brother, I want to just give you the floor and give you an opportunity to speak to everyone about who Charlie was and what message his life brought to the world.
So we're winding 10 years, Benny. He comes into Trump Tower. I'll never forget this. We're sitting in a conference room on the 25th floor of Trump Tower. He's just, I don't know, a 21-year-old kid. And he comes up to me and he goes, "This is what I want to do on college campus. This is how I want to be involved in the campaign." And I go, "You know, these really incredible, aspirations and lofty goals that you really think you can create a chapter on every college campus and fully change the narrative." And he goes, "Yeah, I can. I absolutely can." And he's just not going. He had a couple of chapters. The chapters are small. There was energy. He had a lot of energy behind it. But he literally spelled out exactly what Bernie Sanders USA is right now. He spelled out the exact movement that he created, which you just saw 5 seconds before he was assassinated by this jerk. Right? When you saw those kids out there and they're waving their hats and they're pumping their fists in the air and they're so excited to see him and the energy is contagious and they're all wearing 47 hats and they're throwing fast to the crowd and they're having a great time. I mean, this was a rally on a college campus, and that is what he told me he wanted to create 10 years ago. And listen, you hear a lot of nonsense, especially in the business world, from people. "Oh, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to build," and 99% of the time it's bravado and BS. The people can't execute, they can't build, they lose their will, they lose their passion. Charlie not only built but exceeded that goal. And I love it. Listen, when I saw Cash himself speak, and Cash is a dear friend of mine. I mean, a dear friend of mine. When I saw Cash, and by the way, so is Dan Martino. When I saw him speak a couple minutes ago, it was like, if you want to ever talk about full circle of life, I want to talk to your client. The amount of stages that you, me, Cash, and Charlie have been on, and by the way, Dan Bongino, right? Over the course of our life. But here's a dear friend of ours who was one of the biggest impetus in helping my father win the White House, and just standing by our side relentlessly. If we were in a courthouse, if we were being attacked by an AG, Charlie was there, and he was fighting, and he was vocal. And so he lost his life in support of a movement that my father started, but obviously his beliefs and what he cared about, right? God, our Constitution, America, red, white, and blue. So I'm seeing a friend here that I've been on stage with 1,000 times. I've seen another dear friend that's been on the same stage as Charlie and I and you, up there as FBI director, who's trying to hold it together, as he's piecing together the timeline of how he found his buddy killer. And now Cash runs the FBI, and then you see Bongino, who again was a friend of Charlie's and a friend of mine and a friend of yours. And you want to just talk about this weird small world, but you never thought that this is how, at least I never thought, and it didn't hit me until 2 seconds ago, that this is how the United States works. Normally you had some freaking bureaucrat who wore some suit, who carried some freaking revolver, who was a political, who didn't give a crap about the other, the person at the end of that rifle barrel. And yet you see all these worlds, heart and soul collide, where it's just, we're all fighting for the same thing. We're fighting for country. We're fighting for what Charlie believed in. We're fighting for shit, it's so damn real, it's so damn raw, it's so uniquely personal to all of us based on how well you and I and all of us know these characters and the fight that we've been in this entire time. And man, it's crazy. I mean, you couldn't write this in a book. You really couldn't.
I know you have some breaking news, so I want to get to that. You do have a new book out, and my producers are telling me that you want to announce something about your new book, and you've been on a book tour, and you want to take this moment to break news about something that you've decided about your book that details, I'm sure Charlie's in it, that details your relationship with your father in the last few years in your front seat to this American moment. Please, Eric, the floor is yours.
So maybe I started working on this 3 years ago. I started working on it before Butler. It was after they tried to teach my father's place. So Russia hoped that I was at the center because I was the one that was getting the calls from the old FBI saying, hey, I hear you have secret servers in the basement of Trump Tower, right? Then they tried to gag my father. They got rid of his freedom of speech. They took him off of Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. They took him off the ballot of Maine and Colorado. They went after our Supreme Court justices. They raided our home. They raided Mar-a-Lago. I became the most subpoenaed person in American history. I got 112 subpoenas in a short period of time. They tried to lock my father up. They tried to imprison all of us. They tried to bankrupt our family. And I started working on this book called Under Siege, right? And I named the book Before Butler, Pennsylvania, right? It's what they wanted to do. They wanted to kill us in any way possible. They wanted to kill my father. They wanted to eliminate our family. They wanted to strip his voice. They wanted to bankrupt us, right? And they would do anything to get to that goal. They wanted to make sure the Make America Great Again movement was dead and it was quashed and its leader was gone and the children of the leader were imprisoned and hated each other and had no voice and had no money and we were extinguished forever. And that's how I came up with Under Siege. And then something happened, and it's called Butler, Pennsylvania, where they tried to extinguish my father's life on that stage, and by the grace of God, they didn't succeed. And then 2 months later, they tried to kill him again at a golf course in West Palm Beach, Florida. Of course, I run every single day. And every single day, the title Under Siege became more fitting as to what the radical left lunatics were trying to do to our family, what the movement that we created, and it's a movement of good. It's exactly what Charlie epitomized. And I launched it on literally Wednesday of this week. I announced this book. And you better believe New York Times and everybody is going to do everything they can to quash what I'm trying to do because it is so raw and so damn powerful. And I do not hold back. And I give every inside story about the corruption. And then 2 days later, literally 2 days later after I announced this book, we're all watching. And we see exactly what happened to Charlie. That is us being under siege, Benny. That is our party. That is our movement. That is God being under siege. That's our Constitution being under siege. That's our American flag being under siege. That's the family unit in this country being under siege. That's our democracy being under siege. Everything that we love, everything that we fought for, it's every one of those college kids that's indoctrinated. It's all of them being under siege. It's the revisionist history that they teach in our schools. It's that being under siege. And honestly, if the book came out a day later, I would have included the chapter on Charlie because there is no better example of all of us being under siege, exactly what I write about so granularly in this book, than what just happened to our dear friend. And so, St. Jude's has always been kind of the biggest charity and calling in my life. I fought for kids with pediatric cancer my entire life. They tried to kill me because of it. I want to take a nice part of the proceeds of this book, and I want to invest that in Turning Point. Because here's what you and I and all the other people can never allow happen. We cannot allow his mission, to ever die. It won't. We will never allow them to take us off the stage because that's exactly what they want. They want us to be Joe Biden. They want us to hide in the basement. Right? I've been on that stage. You've been on that stage. You're on that stage every day. I'm on that stage every day. Charlie was on that stage every day. My father was out there every day. So was Don. And so many incredible people in this movement. They don't want us to stand on that stage, and that's why they're shooting rifle rounds at us from rooftops. At the same time, is that we don't stand on that stage, we don't have a damn chance. If we didn't stand on that stage, Benny, Hillary would have steamrolled us. You know why? Because she had $1.5 billion in funds and we had freaking nothing. We were self-funding a campaign out of our back pocket. So us standing on that stage was the only reason my father won in 2016. You know, us having a passionate voice and heart and fighting as a family unit was the only reason we won. And that's why they're taking top shots at everybody, because they want to see us disappear. The reality is they're not going to make us disappear. The reason they're not going to make us disappear is this kind of stuff only further solidifies, concrete, and epoxies this movement. You know, it solidifies the movement because everybody realizes that we're on the side of love and God and righteousness. And these lunatics on our radical left are on the side of absolute anarchy, hatred, and destruction of our nation.
Mm-hmm.
And so I want to take a nice set of proceeds from this book, of all the sales. It's going to do tremendously well. It's already right at the top in 2 days of Amazon. And I want to donate it back in honor of our friend, back to Turning Point. And literally, I came up with this idea as I was walking to the studio right now, and I texted it to you, and he deserves it, man. That guy, you can't replace him. You just can't replace Charlie, and I know I'm being long-winded right now. But somebody asked me the other day, Benny, who replaces Charlie? And I shook my head. It's like, at first he was an unbelievable character, right? But there's certain characters out there. But then he had the wisdom, the smarts. But then he had the following. He had the gravitas. You can't create gravitas. You never have it if you don't, right? But yet, he loved politics and the fight so much that it was kind of his hobby as well, where you saw it. I mean, the guy works 7 days a week. Plus, you have to be able to connect with the youth. Plus, you have to be able to run a massive organization. Plus, you have to be able to fundraise. It's like an impossible combination, right? If you're a headhunter, like it's a unicorn combination that really only Charlie had. I don't care where in the world I was. I could be on a ranch in Texas, or I could live in a skyscraper in Chicago. And I saw Charlie. It was like, and the guy was everywhere. It was like Mr. Deeds. He was just, that guy wore through shoes because he worked so damn hard fighting for what we all believe in. And that's why we have to honor him. And so, Under Siege, my story that I put my heart and soul into over the last 2 years just came out, and I want to donate a really nice part of this book in Charlie's memory to Turning Point, and he epitomizes everything that I'm writing about right now.
What a poignant and wonderful way to remember his legacy. Again, Turning Point USA, link in the description. Now is the time to sign up. Cement Charlie's legacy is what Charlie would want us to do, is to continue his work. He's laid the foundation. He's built the single most valuable
emails that encourage not to have children. Society is almost doing that indirectly. You have more single people than ever before. You have more social pressures than ever before. Traditional norms are being broken down in so many devastating ways. Clearly, Asian countries being broken down. You saw that during COVID as they were keeping people out of. You can go to your local pot store, in Colorado. But you couldn't go to the gym. Like, I mean, isn't that ironic? You could go to the liquor store, but you couldn't go to church. I call bullshit, right? And that's what's happening. But the media allowed that to exist. The media allowed that to happen. In fact, they were complicit in this whole thing. So we need to rewrite the shit. And I think we've already done so much of that. Let me give the positive side of this. The mainstream media is dead. Laura Trump goes on Fox News on Saturday night, which is normally the movie like Death Valley, right? And she has 2.6, 2.7 million people watching. Right? If CNN, in the middle of the week on a Thursday at 9 o'clock, it's like 500,000 people, they're doing great. What does that tell you? Right? Why does your show do as well as it does? Why did Charlie Kirk's show do as well as it does? Right? Why did Dan Bongino? Why were all these guys? Why is Joe Rogan winning? You know why? Because it's independent voice, and people are sick and tired of being spoon-fed. So the power of the media has faded. The power of the editorials has faded. Common sense, the pendulum has swung. If you went back 2 years, the pendulum was all the way to the left. And now the pendulum has swung so dramatically, right? right? DEI is dead. Woke is dead. Transgender swimming, in men's swimming and women's sports in college, it's dead, right? I mean, no physical fitness standard in the United States military, it's dead, right? And the pendulum is swinging back, and that's beautiful. And with that pendulum, I think we're going to get more faith, I think we're going to get more family, and I think we're going to get more humanity.
Yep. What price?
So, new stuff. And Ray and son. And not got a new one. Big company. Sport. Not okay.
My Hajj coming tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes, just sent me the message.
Well, I almost made the dumbest mistake of my life. I got this contour pillow called Gorilla Ergo. But honestly, I was ready to return it.
Well, what was our life? On the stone. Wasn't it? Remember? I was. I thought I posed it. You believe or not, I feel peckish hungry. No, I think I just got peckish. And I just looked to the time. I just had to, the thumbs-ins and mums-ins and all that. And I was thinking to go a little do more, and I looked at the time. Maybe a silly to pick. Maybe early dinner. I take him out of the freezer. Well, until he's done properly, it will half an hour anyway. Slow work.
Yeah, I know. Huh?
Yeah, I jumped over it. I just...
I forgot about this subject. And one of your swords then. Huh? Me too. It's up to you. You decide. I don't mind it either. Oh, I did. Oh, it's something gold. Ooh! Move it.
can hear you.
Huh?
Lights is just
Oh yeah, I can hear it. Yeah.
All right, y'all. We are back with another video. I definitely had to bring y'all this. It seems like millions of Americans is now leaving the Democrat Party after witnessing liberals celebrating the first day. This is just stupid. What is wrong with these people on the left? They are so freaking evil. And now that you got liberals, that's been, like I said, these people been Democrats their entire life. And after seeing their own side, celebrate My name is Alex Freeman. I'm the CEO of the Jersey Syndicate, and we are quite privileged to be here with an important member of the Israeli cabinet, a rising star in Israeli politics, and also a friend and supporter of DNS's efforts, Minister Amitai Shikli, Minister for Diaspora Affairs, and also for combating anti-Semitism. Welcome to the JNS Muslim Media. Thank you. Now, we're here, sitting here on September 11th, and the Prime Minister made a statement.
Everybody made a song for Charlie, you know. Everybody. This is their children and Adele together. I didn't see this one. That's Adele. All the ones you know. Big one. Don't know the song. Politically, you never heard these people. Not even the rallies. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, you got it. Both house. Now, you know, two judges, right? Game the features. Look,
We gather today, not just to mourn, but to celebrate, to honor, to remember. A life lived with courage, with conviction, with vision. Charlie Kirk, you were tremendous, absolutely tremendous. And now your legacy is eternal. From the dawn of your journey, the very first steps, you move forward with purpose, with strength, with depth. They said it's too hard, it's impossible, you can't do it. But you looked them in the eye and said, watch me, I will pursue it. Every day, every hour, you built a bridge of hope, guiding the lost, the weary, giving them ways to cope. You knew the value of truth, of courage, of heart. And even when they doubted, you played your part. Rallies and speeches, you stood tall, facing storms, facing critics, answering every call. Make a difference, you said, with words so sincere, and your voice echoed far for the world to hear. In classrooms, in halls, in the streets, in the crowd, you lifted spirits, you spoke strong, you spoke loud. A man of vision, a man of relentless fire. With every moment, you climbed higher and higher. When we saw you, we saw you fall. In the darkness, you led a life so bold, a heart so true. Charlie, the world remembers you. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, all rest in peace. Your spirit soaring like your voice from heaven's peace. In everything, every step you make, in your legacy will never fade. Charlie Kirk, your dreams shine bright.
moments. Behind every scene, you planned, you dreamed, you held visions unseen. Late nights, mornings, ideas in your mind. Solutions for problems, for people and kind. You built lives, you sparked fires, intellect with sight, with relentless desire. They'll write books, they'll tell tales about winds and gales of standing firm, even when the storms were fierce. Your message of hope, it continues to pierce. Every handshake, every word, every stand you took was etched in hearts, was written in the book. A leader, a guide, a mentor, a friend, from the first day you started to the very end. We saw you rise, we saw you fight, and we let you fly.
Can I delete?
I thought it was dying.
Couldn't be take with my tears. That little one running towards you. Then it was her. When you saw her down, she started running. And when she hold on to me, I know, because I felt that kind of thing. I wasn't on the other side, not just watching it and seeing it like, envy. No, I've been there. I felt it. And in their eyes, she was shaking when she sees.
If you are worried about the elderly and children home when you are away from home,
Now you understand that life is not what you predicted.
no installation required. Magnetic design. You can put it wherever you want. You can see what's going on at your home session.
I mean,
from thousands of miles away,
the sun,
even without internet.
I can understand. I'm not saying it. Some I understand. But in my side, they never had a harm.
From seas to skies, you see it never dies. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, rest in peace. Your spirit soars above your voice, never cease. Will remember every dream, every stand you made in our hearts. Your legacy will never fade. The tale of the moments, the times you shone bright, of battles
That's his wife. But no, she's not singing. Look, look, look. Watch. There you go. Look at that. You know, I was a bit, but I'm monitoring London. Do you know, if people take, when they are transformed themselves, they're taking drugs. I don't remember the name they say. Not all of them. Don't say nothing to Brandon because he will worry. But some of the drugs is taken and it has adverse effect. It affects your nervous system. You're just doing things you never done before in your life. It's not you a soft person, a hard person if you go soft or something like that. It's like a possessed type of it. He doesn't know what he's doing. And it's been, because in America, it become pandemic, isn't it? 11, 12-year-old, they're changing gender. And come on. In America, is actually, that's what they want to try with. They're asking a 6-year-old kid what he wants to be. And things like that. And now they have so many people being transferred, but they are actually, that's what I'm monitoring. The ones who really gone bad, the ones you really done early, like, 12, 14, they are the ones, percentage, 60% of them, they're completely offline. And it can be reversed. That's what they're talking in the news. Once you've done that procedure, you can't reverse it. It's you're destroying some kid's life forever. And that was, that thing's coming up now about nearly 3 months. And every time I see him, and I wanted to tell you, but I didn't want you to make something out of it, because you can't by not meaning to, not telling him anything. But look, his emotional behavior, be wary. I mean, look at him. If you see some abnormality, you know you're branded, like I do. I don't think so, because he did very late. The percentage is very, very low. But, you never say never. red. Blue, red. Don't shake your head.
Twist up your night and play all young night twist, like this stuff. Give you a chance to win hundreds of Apple Hours prizes. For nights out.
Don't have nails. You back put the nails then.
continue to remember America's magnus judge, Ray Capri.
Yeah. One woman come crying that he bought her a house.
Today with Amazon Prime. What's on your mind?
Judge Caprio.
We continue to remember America's magnus
It's died, you see.
Ray Caprio.
Known to a lot of folks as the nicest judge in the world, has died after a long and versatile pancreatic. Never met a poor person like you. I can charge her $50 or I can charge her nothing. What should I charge? 50. Okay. Is your mother guilty or not guilty? Not. I love you too. I love you too. I love you too. I love you too. Thank you. I don't have it in me to ask if anyone. I'm going to dismiss the tickets. Thank you.
Yeah, give you a home.
Come on up. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Good morning, Judge. The defendant in front of Judge Caprio is Victor Colella, a 96-year-old man facing charges of speeding in a school zone. Mr. Colella, you are charged with a school zone violation. Beg pardon? You are charged with a school zone violation. Which means that you were exceeding the speed limit in a school zone.
But Colella wasn't the type to go that fast for a reason. And what the 96-year-old explains next brought the entire courtroom to tears.
I don't drive that fast, Judge. I'm 96 years old and I drive slowly and I only drive when I have to. I was going to the blood work for my boy. He's handicapped. You taking your son to the doctor's office? Yeah. I take him for blood work every 2 weeks because he's got cancer. You are a good man. You are a good man. You really are what America is all about. Here you are in your 90s. And you're still taking care of your family. It's just a wonderful thing for you.
The judge then asked about his son's age.
How old is your son? 63. Yeah. And Daddy's still taking care of him, right? I only drive when I have to. Yeah.
Then Judge Caprio pointed towards someone sitting in the back.
You see that young man over there? That's my son. Now, he's looking at me, saying, Dad, when you're in your 90s, you're going to be driving me around. You're setting a bad example for my kid. You're putting a lot of pressure on me.
But what was the judge going to do about Colella's case?
Listen, sir, I wish you all the best. I wish the best for your son, and I wish you good health. And your case is dismissed. Good luck to you and God bless you. Thank you.
Colella and Judge Caprio went on to become friends and even appeared in a cooking show hosted by the judge's son.
I want to tell you something. Best people I ever had in my life was the judge and his son and his guest. Everybody was fantastic. I'm really speechless.
Caprio dismissed the 96-year-old's speeding ticket after hearing the story. But would a grieving mother with multiple offenses receive the same person?
That's really unacceptable.
Case of Andreas, who had 5 unpaid tickets when she appeared in Judge Caprio's court.
You had 5 tickets. They go back to 2004, 2005, and 2006. You prosecute those tickets? No, Your Honor, not from 04, 05. We're only going to have copies of those. Those matters are going to be dismissed.
I wasn't aware of them. And he was like, I'm sorry.
Well,
Thank you.
The issue isn't whether you are aware of them. The issue is whether they were placed on the vehicle. And they were.
And the judge went over the tickets that were still active.
Then you got a ticket on Friendship Street in 2008. That was a parking meter on Friendship Street. It's going to cost you $25. Then you have a parking meter in 2014 on Friendship Street. It's going to cost you $25.
While the fines were small, they started adding up pretty quickly.
So far, you're doing pretty good because all you got is $50. And now you have 4 parking tickets.
Are you talking about the most recent one?
Most recent ones, right?
Then Andrea explained why she got one of the parking tickets, and her story was heartbreaking.
The one on 11-1, I went to Social Security because they had cut my check. Because my son was recently killed last year. So they cut my check because he had old money.
Who?
My son was killed March of last year. Right? So I was a front payee. So they took my money because he had old money. I had to go to Social Security to fix that matter. When I came out, I had a ticket.
While she was battling with grief and money problems, Andrea was slapped with another ticket.
Then another time on the 5th, the parking meter wasn't working. I have the picture for that. On 1/4, I was at court because my landlord was trying to evict me. I was at eviction court. Come on, I got a ticket.
The landlord managed to evict Andrea at the lowest point.
Mind you, he won possession of the apartment, so I had to move. So I got a ticket, he won possession of the apartment.
He just couldn't catch a break.
Then I get another one because I tried to go to the legal services to try to get help to fix it.
Come out, I got a ticket.
I just get some change out of Dunkin' Donuts, come out, I got $100 ticket.
Judge Capri, who had been listening intently the whole time, finally spoke.
What was the situation with mix-up in Social Security with your son?
My son was killed last year, March of last year. They said that he owed $75 of overpayment from May of 2016. Mind you, he was already deceased at that time. So what they did was they stopped my whole check until I went in there to fix the problem. So when I came out, I had a pocket ticket.
While the judge was considering how to navigate Andrea's case, given her circumstances, she filled the silence with more of her story.
I've had a tough year already. I found out that I don't have $400 to give you. I thought it was there. I really do. I just have to come up with money for a new apartment. I'm still paying rent and voice for my son. Like, I don't know where this money's supposed to come from.
Judge Caprio was still deliberating when Andrea spoke up once again.
I wish I would have got my brother that night, but he went to jail by himself. That's why my son do it. I just really haven't something out of here.
Andrea's words had moved the judge.
I think we can all express our sympathy to you and understand the trauma that you have experienced.
He told Andrea that he was trying to reach a fair verdict.
I'm going to take all of the circumstances that you just have explained to me into consideration and see if I can balance the equities to protect the interest of the city and take into consideration, the horrific story you just told us relative to your son. I don't think anyone in their lifetime would ever want to experience.
It's the worst feeling in the world. I feel so.
Then Judge Caprio announced his verdict.
I'm going to reduce this to $50. How much time do you need to pay?
Despite a $350 reduction, the fine was still significant for Andrea, who had only $55 in her pocket.
It's not going to be without any money, is it?
I leave here with $5. Thank you.
I'm not going to leave you with $5. I'm not going to leave. I'm going to dismiss everything.
Thank you.
With our best wishes, and hope that things turn around good for you. Good luck to you.
Andrea was having a tough year and got a much-needed break from Judge Caprio. But how did the judge react when his defendant was a fresh immigrant?
I am not speak English. I am speak English a little bit.
Like the Alvarez family that came to America as refugees from Syria.
Good evening.
Good evening. You want to get close to the microphone? Get close.
I am not speak English. I am speak English a little bit.
Okay.
My daughter helped me.
Hi. You're going to help us out with your mommy? You're going to talk to your mommy in your language? Okay.
Judge Caprio read the charge for the little translator.
Tell your mommy that she is charged with speeding.
انتي مأثر كتير.
After telling her mom that she had a speeding ticket, the translator added in Arabic that it was probably because of her dad.
بابا مأثر.
Now ask her if there's anything she wishes to tell me, and tell her to speak into the microphone, and then you will tell me what she says, okay?
She said she doesn't know what the rules is, so that's why she doesn't understand.
After that, Judge Caprio asked if Mrs. Fares had an explanation for the speeding in a school zone.
Tell her she was speeding in a school zone, and if there's anything she wants to tell me about that.
She said she was going fast because I was sick, so that's why she was fast.
That's why she went fast, because you were sick.
Mm-hmm.
Then the judge called the little translator to the bench.
Okay, come up here.
At IHG's Holiday Inn Express, you can run the show, go to the show, or show love humility.
If you think it might rain later, then all you need is this bearskin heavy storm rain jacket. That's because this is the only hiking-grade capital rain jacket that's versatile enough to cover and protect any regular outfit, but strong enough to handle a heavier rainstorm in the outdoors.
This is the only 5-pocket rain jacket that comes with a 10,000 millimeter and waterproof rating to keep you 100% dry, wherever you are. Thousands of men around the world already love wearing the bearskin heavy storm rain jacket instead of their regular rain gear. Why? Because listen, this is not your grandpappy's rain jacket. This is rain-solation. This puppy locks out moisture like a dry storage vault. Every zip is taped.
Because I was sick, so that's why she was fast.
That's why she went fast, because you were sick.
Mm-hmm.
Then the judge called the little translator to the bench.
Okay, come up here. Okay, tell us your name.
Masa,
And how old are you?
8 years old.
Where do you go to school?
Bristol Tiger.
What's your favorite subject?
Math.
Math. That's excellent. What do you want to do when you get big?
Be a doctor.
Doctor. She's going to be a doctor. We're going to need her. Okay?
Then Judge Caprio gave Marka a chance to judge her own mother.
Did you hear your mother's explanation?
Yeah.
Good. Good. Now, what do you think of that explanation? Was it a good explanation? Was it just okay? Or is it something that you think is worthwhile of consideration? What do you think?
I think it's just okay.
Just okay. You don't think your explanation was that good? It's just okay, right?
For that, the judge gave her 3 options for the verdict.
You could charge her $50, you could charge her half of that, or you could charge her nothing. Based on your explanation, how much would you charge her?
$50.
$50. Hold that. Bang it and say $50.
$50.
Mrs. Alvarez got no leniency from her daughter, so Judge Caprio decided to intervene.
Would you reconsider your decision because you came in here? Now, was your dad here as well?
Yeah.
Your father is here and your mom is here. Taking all of that into consideration, would you reconsider your decision whether you're going to stick with the $50?
Reconsider.
You're going to reconsider? Okay.
Then came the moment of truth.
So, on reconsideration, how much do you think you want to charge her, if anything?
Nothing.
You want to charge her nothing? Well, then you have to bang the gavel and say,
Case dismissed.
wow.
After dismissing the ticket, Judge Caprio decided to chat with Mr. and Mrs. Alvarez.
Good evening, sir.
He didn't.
You have a wonderful daughter here. She's going to be a great doctor someday. She's going to save a lot of lives, and I'm sure she makes you proud now. She's going to make you even more proud. Yeah. But you both performed a great service raising such a wonderful young child. So God bless both of you. Yeah. Good luck to you. Thank you for helping me out.
welcome.
Okay. He asked Muhammad about his background and language.
What language do you speak?
Arabic.
Arabic?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wish I could help. I don't speak Arabic, but
I am family in New here.
your family here?
3 here.
3 years in America?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
And where are you from?
Syria.
Syria?
Yeah.
What do you prefer? You prefer living here or Syria?
No, here.
Here, huh? Well, welcome to America.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I love equally very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Judge Caprio let Martha decide the fine for her mother's speeding ticket. But that's not the only time he let a kid judge his parents.
You're going to say guilty or not guilty. What do you say?
Judge Caprio was going through his hearings for the day when he came across an immigrant father with a speeding violation.
I've been driving before in the US. So I just get my US license like 6 months ago.
Oh, you celebrated by speeding.
No, I didn't see no speed sign on Harris Avenue.
While the boss
That's no excuse.
It's even too much over the limit.
Not too much.
No, like,
Just a little.
yeah, just a little.
I'm so honest one.
after his wife confirmed that he was over speeding, it was his son's turn to do the same.
Hey, hi. Hi. Come up here. Bring him up. I want to ask him a question.
Once the young boy reached Judge Caprio's bench, he was asked to judge his father.
We're talking about your crime. You're going to say guilty or not guilty. What do you say?
Guilty.
Guilty.
An honest boy.
Then the judge decided to pull the man's leg.
It's official. You are guilty.
In the end, Judge Caprio gave credit to the defendant's good driving history and dismissed his charge.
Well, you have a wonderful family. I'm going to give you credit for your good driving record back in that. You can't for that. And you have a very honest young man as well. Good luck to you.
Judge Caprio was known for showing kindness to kids, but how did he treat students?
Hey, I'm a student, and I'm poor, and I'm sorry.
A great example is the case of Carrie Hopkins, who made the judge laugh within seconds of her appearance.
You hear me? I think I can hear.
You're charged with parking during an emergency. What do you want to tell me about
Well, Your Honor, I heard we were going to get snow. I parked at my friend's
this? Where'd you hear that? Who told you?
There was word
Who's
of mouth.
informing? Who's informing Inspector Quinn?
I heard my parents we were going to get snow later as my
Oh, your
stepfather.
parents. It wasn't the meteorologist, was it? It was your parents.
Correct.
Okay.
And continued her story.
So I wasn't aware of how much snow, and my only option for parking was on the street. I was at a friend's house, you know.
Hopkins called got towed. The towing company advised her to act like a broke student to get leniency from the court.
So I'm not full-time student at Rick, but I am a student at Rick. And I was told when I got my car back from the towing company that if I went to court, presented myself, and said, hey, I'm a student, and I'm poor, and I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Right. Inspector Quinn. Right. Wait.
Judge Caprio wanted to make a point.
What's the name of the tow company?
They were on Thurber's.
All right. Durbus Avenue Tow Company, whatever the name is, right? Yeah. They charged you the full amount for the tow, right?
Yes, sir.
They didn't give you a penny off, not 1 penny, right?
No, Your Honor.
You paid the whole thing.
Yes, sir.
And then the big shot of the tow company says, listen, you're paying us the full amount. But go to the court and talk to the judge who'll give you a break.
But Hopkins insisted that she didn't want a break.
Not that I'm asking for a break.
What do you
But I
asking
figured I'd take my chances because I can't, honestly, Your Honor, I can pay it.
That's just twice you mentioned honesty. Now, the more you mention honesty, the more suspicious I'm
Oh,
getting.
yeah, I just look good, that's it.
Judge Caprio asked her to think of any reasons why she deserved leniency.
You got to keep thinking of stuff that's going to help you. Can you think of anything else? No.
The more she talked, the deeper she dug herself.
I figure now that you dropped that one course that were out in college, you must have a lot of extra money.
Exactly.
Right?
Actually, I can't get refunded for the course because I'm
But the judge dismissed her ticket anyway.
All right, Carrie, let me tell you how I feel about it. You paid enough money for the so I'm not going to charge you anything for the ticket.
Thank you so much.
But honestly.
Honestly.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Carrie Hopkins made the judge laugh and got her ticket dismissed. But what happens when the judge makes a defendant cry? Like in the case of Christian Arroyo, a homeless man who used to sleep in his car until it was taken by the authorities.
And they dropped off the car with the pin on it. The next morning, when I got there, I called the person, I didn't buy the car from the original owner, I went to somebody else. I'm still trying to figure out who's the original owner, but I don't know who to the car. There's no title. No resident for the sale. I can't register the car unless I get a title. You never registered the car. How long did you have it? Just a couple of days. They dropped it off the next morning, the car was moved. I started because I'm homeless. I live in the car. All my stuff is in the car. All my clothes, all my stuff.
Judge Caprio asked the defendant if he knew where his car was.
You know where the car is? No, I don't know. I came here yesterday. They told we could probably tell you where the car is. Where you go, company, get the stuff out of the car. You're not going to get the car. I won't be able to unless I borrow them.
Arroyo went on to reveal that his car had not been towed yet.
I don't know if they told it, because they told me that they were going to hold down until I come speak to you first.
Oh, so they haven't towed it?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah. No, it's still there then.
So Arroyo's main problem is the boot, also known as the wheel clamp that was on his car, and Judge Caprio decided to help him.
First of all, I believe you. I know when you're broke, the mistake you made was you were driving a car that wasn't registered, had somebody else's plates on it. I'm going to overlook that, given your circumstances in life. I'm going to get home this, not easy, sleeping in the car. I understand.
Then he pointed out another problem that Arroyo hadn't even considered. He had paid fines accrued by the previous owner.
There's $290 worth of fines. My inclination is to keep the car registered in various P's names so that whoever that is, they'll be responsible for these tickets, and your name won't be involved.
Then he brought up the boot fee, a non-negotiable price charged by the entity that takes up the wheel claim.
Other thing is, for you to get the car, the boot off the car, that's a $3 boot fee. I'm going to tell them at the front door. I didn't get the money, I'm not sure. Cost of employees a $20 boot fee.
Then came the twist that made Arroyo cry.
Each fee will be paid in the Philomena fund. You will not have to pay it. The Philomena fund is a fund named after my mom. It's just a donation for the nature of this court, the court to use its discretion to help those people who are in need. So based on this,
Mother, just mother, made the contribution in the court. Any person who comes leaving, you can get.
Judge Caprio helped Arroyo get his house back.
And the judge himself is incredible.
This is my first time. My dad passed
I
away
watched
the other day.
after those on Facebook. I always watch them.
No, this one it goes down to history. How long ago?
Well, the morning was up to be released.
But listen, what kind of mother brought him up?
But there was another case where he helped someone who was down on his luck.
How much can you pay today?
I have 92 cents in my account.
And that's Daniel Murray, who appeared in Judge Caprio's court after racking up multiple fines.
Tomorrow, your motor vehicle has been booted. You have 7 violations. One's a red light, one's a school zone ticket, and the other 2 the other 5 are parking tickets. It's going to cost you $100 for the boot. It's going to cost you $150 for tickets.
But Murray didn't have the money.
Just one quick question, Your Honor. Is there any way is that can that be deferred a little bit? I'm just in a bit of a financial situation.
Judge Caprio wanted to reduce Murray's fine to whatever he could pay.
How much can you pay today?
I have 92 cents in my account. I just walked from East Providence this morning to get over there.
Did you walk from East Providence?
Yes, Your Honor. Roger Williams.
That's 5 miles from here.
About an hour and a half.
Murray had walked 90 minutes to make his court date and planned to do the same on his way back.
What is it?
It's about an hour and 35. I'm walking back right now, too, yeah.
$5 work.
I got my running shoes on, so I'm actually I'm gonna hustle back. It shouldn't take as long as it did on the way here.
While Murray was able to laugh about his situation, Judge Caprio was genuinely concerned.
Can you take an Uber?
Not right now. Just
Not to
get the
go to
COVID
the
and
church
everything.
study. It's pretty much tapped out.
After learning that Murray had literally no money, Judge Caprio decided to help.
I got a letter this morning from a gentleman by the name of Frank J. DeMarcia. Just came in this morning, actually. It has what he said. Now I am on unemployment due to convict, but I'm enclosing this in your fund. Now, my fund is the Philomena Fund, which is named after my mother. So, Mr. DeMarcia, who's unemployed, just this morning sent in $25 in cash.
But Murray had bigger problems, like the $250 in parking tickets and boot fees.
I'm going to give it to you.
Oh, thank you.
I want you to take an Uber so we don't have to walk back.
I really appreciate that. You don't have to do I don't mind. I could have run anyway, to be honest. I couldn't take you around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You saved me a great deal of time today and more.
After helping out Murray, Judge Caprio asked for something in return.
I have other people sent in contributions. They come from all over the world. This is an anonymous, retired Los Angeles police officer from Corona, California. So because I want to help somebody who's having a tough time. So we're going to use his fund and another fund to pay for your fines. So you're going to be all set. We're going to release the boot.
Wow, thank you so much. That's more than generous.
The judge genuinely believed that Murray would improve his situation and one day be in a position to help someone else.
That's when you have to battle. Right? That's our part. You have to do your part.
Yes, Your Honor, I won't be yelling at you.
I don't care about you coming back here. That's not what I'm talking about. But you have to help somebody else.
Then he revealed why he had so much faith in Murray's character.
There are enough other people out there who have similar problems. And you are going to be in a situation to help them. Don't forget that.
Yes, Your Honor.
You never had yourself. So you have to do it back.
Judge Caprio gave Murray a much-needed second chance. What happened when he encountered a young fan in his courtroom?
She said you are the judge that she saw on TV.
That was Sophia, a 6-year-old whose mother was in court for an outstanding fine.
How old are you? Come up there.
After calling Sophia to the bench, Judge Caprio asked her a few questions.
What is your name?
Sophia.
How old are you?
6.
6. You get old. You go 5.
She just turned 6.
She was 5 when she was standing there. She's 6. What do you want to be when you get big?
A farmer.
Farmer?
A farmer?
What do you want to be, a farmer?
Yes.
You want to feed people? You want to raise food to feed people?
I want to feed animals.
You want to feed animals? That feels a good heart.
He does.
And that good heart was about to be put to the test.
I have a problem. You want to help me?
Yes.
That's my problem. Look, your mother has a ticket that's $85. Would you look at it? Your mother has a ticket that's $85. You can make don't get your mother. Okay? Now you're going to be honest, okay? Now, I can charge her $85, or I can charge her something less. So should I give her a break and not charge her $85? And how much should I charge her, do you think? $100.
The judge tried to explain to Sophia that she was raising her mother's fine.
Well, the $100 is more than 85. So I'm going to give you three choices. I'm going to give you 2 choices, okay? I can charge her $50, or I can charge her nothing. What should I charge? 50. Okay.
It seems like Sophia wasn't ready to give her mother a break.
She's a tough judge.
He said, come on, forward, Judge.
She's a tough judge. All right, I'm going to ask you a question. Would it be okay with you if I charge her nothing? No.
This is not helping me.
In other words, you think she should pay, right?
Yes.
Okay. She didn't debate.
Next question. Sophia seemed more adamant to make her mom pay.
I don't want to shatter her opinion of the judiciary.
Maybe I can explain to her that if mommy keeps the money in her pocket, she can get a toy.
Okay, I'm going to have your mommy talk to you, and then I'll ask you again. Okay, you want to talk to your daughter?
Yeah. See, if mommy doesn't pay because you the moment you know that mom works a lot, then I will have some money and then we can get a little toy. You know what I mean?
With that explanation, Sophia's mom had some hope of getting leniency.
Should I charge her nothing, or should I charge her 20? 20.
She is the big one. She didn't fall for that bribe in open court.
Okay, I can tell you. I can tell you right now, every governor in the country is going to make you a judge because they like the way you think.
The judge thanked Sophia for her help.
Okay, I appreciate your help so much. Thank you for coming up and helping me, okay? All right, you get back to your mother.
Then he dismissed her mother's case anyway.
So I understand, that we know how much you love your mom and how much you love you. We're going to discuss it. Goodbye.
Thank you, young man. Thanks.
You're a wonderful young lady.
Thank you. Thanks. He's a wonderful child. Thank you, young man.
Judge Caprio will be remembered for his kindness towards children, but also for the impression he left on adults. I wanted to say, never have I met a judge like you. That is Giovanni Cabrera, who appeared in Judge Caprio's court for multiple outstanding violations.
Mr. Cabrera, to Archbishop Henning, Bishop Lewandowski, Governor McKee, Senator Reid, Senator Whitehouse, Congressman Almond, Treasurer Piazza, Lieutenant Governor, thank you for your presence. To the judiciary, Chief Judge McConnell, Chief Judge Sutel, all the members of the state court system,
That's guys.
judges who are present here today. We know the most powerful judges in the state. Thank you for all attending. To all the governmental leaders, public safety leaders, military leaders, educational leaders, thank you. To all of you who are here today, and to you watching at home or streaming this on the internet around the world, our family humbly thanks you. My mom, the wife for 62 years, the mother of 5 kids, born in 7 years, and as she says, back then we didn't know any better. She's the strongest one. She's the strongest one. Mom, thank you for everything. Thank you for keeping us strong through this difficult period. Thank you for taking care of Dad every day. You know, my dad was a high school teacher, a wrestling coach, living on a second floor apartment where Beverly Hill meets Onlyville. I was born, my brother David was born, the second floor apartment, but a little too tight. We moved 2 blocks to Benton Street. It's 60 years since that move. My dad still loves staying in that house. He loved being in Providence. He loved Rhode Island. can't thank all of you enough for being part of my dad's life. You will be forever grateful. We will continue his good deeds and make him proud. Dad, I love you. We will all be strong, and we will continue to carry out your instructions. Family comes first, and the extended family of Rhode Island and all his friends around the world. He thanks you, and we thank you for everything. You know, my father wasn't one for big events, but he would love this. And it's not the pageantry, it's not the honor guards of the judges of Water of Malta, of the community from Providence College, of his friends and family. It's not the beautiful, beautiful cathedral that we're in. It's a room full of his friends. And a room filled with love for each other and for what he stood for. Because everybody in this room does their best to spread that kindness, to spread that compassion throughout their daily lives. So we thank you all for being here. I'd like to thank also Archbishop Henning and all the celebrants of today's services and those watching around the world for the prayers that you have sent to us. And to my mom, as Frank mentioned, who had 5 of us in 7 years. She provided. There you have 3.
But hang on a minute, let's put it a different way. If the Prime Minister has lied to the Commons, do you agree that's a resignation event? Yes. Therefore, I'm asking you, Laura Trott, and you've been tweeting about this today. You've tweeted the following. At least Lucy Ball has the courage to call for a change of culture in Number 10 after the PM was in an absurd position this week defending the best pal of a paedophile.
This is how your capital city.
She is a HelloFresh subscriber. I saw her today. She's making boba.
Yeah, so I saw this on the menu.
This. There's only one man that could have made this happen today, and that man is Tommy Robinson. And let me tell you, you know, you've been called many things. You've been pushed to the back of the line. You've been given labels. You've been smeared by the mainstream media, by the BBC, by all the people who put you down. But you are none of those things because you are great people indeed. And they have tried to silence us. They took my friend Tommy and they put him in prison. They took my friend Charlie and they shot him. They tried to take my children and they deported my ass from Australia. And I say fuck the Australians for that. But it doesn't matter. They can put us in prison. They can shoot us. They can lock us up, but they will not stop us now. Because we are not here because we hate. We are not here because we want bad things for other people. We are here because we grew up knowing freedoms, and we will get those freedoms back for our kids and our grandchildren. Yes, we will. And I will say 3 things. I speak for no one but myself. And I remain the biggest bitch in Britain. But let me say, I don't care what religion you are. Just don't try and take your religion and shove it down the faces of my children or my people. I don't care what biological sex you may think you might be. You can identify as a light. If you want to, I will take a light bulb and I will shove it up your ass if it makes you happy. I don't care. But do not ask me to believe the same shit that you believe. There are only 2 biological sexes, and that's all there will ever be. And when it comes to race and colour, we all got along very well for a good 20, 30 years, till they started to divide us. We don't care what colour you are. We don't care where you come from. But if you want to come to this fine country, you better come here. You better work hard. You better fit in. You better love our flag. Because if you don't want to fit in, then you can. Go. My darlings, remember this feeling. Remember this day. Remember what Tommy Robinson has achieved against all the odds, because each one of you showed up, and I bloody love you all for it. You are told that you are alone. You are told that you don't matter. Take it from me, and you can take it to the bank. You are not alone. We are many, and we are stronger together. Thank you for listening to me, London. Thank you.
Oh. The ground shook as thousands gathered, but nothing prepared the nation for what came next. Katie Hopkins stepped onto the stage, and in an instant, the silence turned into thunder. This was not just another speech, it was a warning, a rallying cry, and a challenge to everything the establishment wants you to believe. For 5 relentless minutes, she unleashed words so sharp that they cut through the lies that have smothered Britain for years. Every line hit like a hammer, every truth exposed like a flare in the darkness. And the crowd, ordinary British men and women, rose with one voice, roaring their approval. What you are about to hear is not politics as usual. It is the moment of raw defiance, and it has left the entire nation talking. At the United Kingdom March, something extraordinary unfolded, something that cannot be dismissed by the media or hidden behind political spin. Katie Hopkins, often attacked, ridiculed and silenced, stood firm before the people and delivered a speech that many are calling historic. She did not hesitate, she did not soften her words. Instead, she looked directly at the heart of the crisis, facing Britain, and spoke truths that others are too afraid to say. The crowd did not simply listen, they erupted, cheering her on with a passion that echoed across the city. For years, that sent shockwaves through the audience. She spoke of betrayal.
Joining us now, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, from his home state of Louisiana. Speaker, welcome back to Fox News Sunday. I know you're going to be part of a vigil tonight that is about Charlie's life, but more broadly about bringing this country back together. How do we do that?
We do that by carrying on his legacy. This has been a very difficult week in America, to say the least, Shannon. People are very saddened. They're very angry. Many people are afraid. It casts a shadow across the country and certainly on Capitol Hill. But as Erica said so well, so clearly, our friend Charlie would not to carry his message forward, and that's exactly what is going to happen.
So a lot of grief, obviously, today, but fear as well, frankly. Here's what one of her colleagues, House Oversight Chair James Conner, here's what he said a couple of days ago. He said both parties have some guilt, so hopefully we can take a tragedy like this and try all to do better. And I think we can all do better, myself included. You get the sense there is some real soul searching on both sides of the aisle about how we got here.
I think there is. I've spoken to a lot of members on both sides of the aisle, and there's this recognition that, people have got to stop framing simple policy disagreements in terms of existential threats to our democracy and all these phrases you hear all the time. You can't call the other side fascists and enemies of the state and not understand that there are some deranged people in our society who will take that as cues to act and do crazy and dangerous things. And that's what we've seen in increasing frequency. So members of Congress and all public officials have an obligation to speak clearly into this and calm the waters. We can have vigorous disputes. I mean, Charlie Kirk was an expert at that. He loved debate. But Charlie also advanced another really important idea, and that is that he loved the people on the other side of that table. He was never motivated by hate. He was motivated by truth and love. And that's what we have to do. That's who we are as Americans. That is, follows the best of our Judeo-Christian traditions and heritage and our civil society, and we've got to get back to that.
When you talk about Charlie and how he was in engaging with people, and yet there are a lot of folks out there who say that's the opposite of his legacy. They're portraying him as a hateful, bigoted person. I want to play something from Congresswoman Ilhan Omar speaking about him and what he was really like and what his purpose was.
There are a lot of people who are out there talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
A complete rewriting of history.
These people are full of, and it's important for us to call them out while we feel anger and sadness and have, empathy.
And she was referring more broadly to a lot of people on the right that she says have now resulted in her having death threats and the need for around-the-clock security, which I know you've talked about. That's not something you can do for every member. It costs billions of dollars. But what do you make of her characterization that he really wasn't about civil debates?
She clearly has no idea what she's talking about. She has not followed Charlie. She's playing into this characterization of him that the left has been advancing. There are people actually celebrating his murder online, and that tells you everything you need to know about that side. We've got to get cut through that. Look, member security is a serious matter. We're looking into all options to increase security measures so that they have plenty of coverage for their residential security and their personal security as well. And I think we'll be able to handle that. But there is this angst out there, and we've got to turn the rhetoric down. That is exactly the opposite of what we should be doing, what we just got on that video right there. And I hope all members of Congress will join us. Look, we've been very active in trying to carry on and really, I think, portray clearly what Charlie was about. And his record speaks for itself. He was a Christian, a committed believer. He understood what Scripture teaches, what you and I understand, Shannon, that our battle is not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and spiritual darkness. And Charlie understood. He put on, as it says there in Ephesians 6, the full armor of God to go out and advance truth and do it in love. And that's exactly what he did. That's what his legacy stands for. And everyone around this country who's mourning his death understands that in spite of what some of these voices are saying.
So there's this concern now that speech will go underground, that there'll be less of an interchange on college campuses and other places, and that people recede to these dark corners of apps and internet and communication channels. So what about that? I mean, I know your background as a constitutional law expert and attorney. I mean, how do we balance issues of free speech, of privacy concerns, in trying to get ahead of these things before they get real?
Well, you're right. I mean, for 20 years before I got elected to Congress, I was a religious liberty and free speech defense attorney. We understood we've got to advance and defend and protect the free marketplace of ideas, because vigorous debate is what made our country so great. But the key is to remember that you can disagree with someone vehemently on policy and not hate them as a person. And that's what Charlie was all about. Remember, at the end of his most vigorous debates, he was the very first person to reach out a hand of friendship, to offer his arm around the shoulder of someone who disagreed with him vehemently, because he understood it was about the person, it's about the people, it's about the heart. And we've got to get back to that. We cannot shrink back from advancing that truth, advancing our ideas in the public square. We should double down. And I'm so encouraged by what Erica said, his dear widow, that she's going to go out and advance that herself. And that example is going to be very important for a lot of young people. I spoke at a vigil here at LSU in Baton Rouge Friday night. For many students, over 1,000 students filled the arena. It was standing room only. And they're encouraged to go forward. We're seeing that around the country. I'll be speaking at the memorial service tonight in Washington, D.C., at the Kennedy Center on Charlie's behalf. And you're going to hear everyone saying that. Don't shrink back. Go forward. Now is the time to advance truth. And I think it could be a true turning point for the country. It's so active there.
Do you worry that people will not want to get involved in political conversations with political office? Because, frankly, they've got to worry about themselves. They've got to worry about their family, people they care about.
They do. It's a calculation that everyone makes when they step forward to serve the public, not unlike those who serve our country in uniform, and first responders, and those who serve in the military. I mean, it takes a certain element of courage. But I want to tell you that I do believe that we can turn this back. This will not be an increasing trend, and if leaders on both sides of the aisle will speak clearly about this, I think we can turn it around. I really do.
One of the tough things you're going to have to deal with politically in the next few weeks is this idea of central government shutdown, another divisive issue. Here's what the president said about negotiations.
If you gave them every dream, they would not vote for it. That's okay. I told them, don't even bother dealing with them.
So how's that going to work? I mean, in the House, you've got a slim majority, which will still probably require some negotiation within the party. The Senate's a different story, much heavier lift for the majority leader Thune over there. Do you not negotiate? What do you do?
Well, President Trump and I talk about this all the time. We share the same frustration. Democrats currently are playing games with this government funding idea. They're trying to bring in extraneous issues. We've been working towards getting the government funding appropriations bills done in the House. Our appropriations committees work, by the way, in bipartisan fashion to get all 12 appropriations bills through the committee. We've got 3 of them passed off the House floor, and now we voted just last week to go into a conference committee with.
Warning, you'll never use sponges again once you try this $36 cleaning gadget. This $36 gadget cleans any bathroom in 5 minutes. It's a new and improved handheld scrubber called Synoshi Pro that's already been called the Apple of cleaning tools. Breaking right now, Naga Munchetty under serious pressure to quit BBC Breakfast after the boss who she went head-to-head with was cleared an investigation, yet serious question marks remain over her inappropriate sexual jokes and her treatment of staff. So, I've been across this story, and it has been a fascinating one. And the reason that I've looked at it is not because I have any personal issue against Naga Munchetty. I don't. What I have a real issue with is that the British Fashion Corporation will throw white, straight, old men under the bus for literally making a joke, or literally singing a Kanye West lyric. I'm referring to Greg Wallace and John Travolta, but there are many others where they came from. But Naga Munchetty, because she happens to be a non-white woman of a certain age, is given completely special treatment. Big news! Outspoken is now available as a podcast too. So please do subscribe wherever you get yours, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and make sure you rate and review. I'll take 5 stars if you may. And what is going to be very difficult for her now is that Richard Frediani, the all-powerful boss of BBC Breakfast, who she wanted out, who she led to this review into his behaviour, has been cleared. And I can tell you that I've been speaking to people very close to Frediani, who tell me that he is ready to fight back hard. He feels that Naga Munchetty tried to unfairly destroy her career, and it seems virtually impossible, given the civil war developing behind the scenes, to see how they can continue to work together. There was some reporting on this from the Hollywood Trade magazine Deadline this week, and they described it as the BBC Breakfast bullying. Let me share you what they reported. The troubles behind the scenes at BBC Breakfast famous red sofa have been a source of fascination for British media for months, but now internal BBC work aimed at resolving the crisis appears to be coming to a head.
The BBC drafted in a DWC consultant to help review the culture on predators earlier this summer, and Deadline hears that at least one strand of the work has concluded that two sources say links Richard Frediani has been cleared of working allegations. Although those involved in giving evidence are not made aware of the outcome of the review, Frediani is said to have told colleagues that he would not expect to face further action. BBC commented on individual matters. Munchetti himself later became the subject of misconduct allegations. The Sun newspaper reported that the presenter had been reprimanded over her behaviour, including allegedly using a food slang term for a sex act during an off-air discussion on Radio 5 Live. Sources have told Deadline that Munchetti's conduct has not always made her popular with bosses. One person said work examining Munchetti's conduct continues. Although reluctant, the Breakfast Review has been thrown to battle between Frediani and Munchetti, with insiders increasingly of the view that only one can survive. The two gaily speak to each other, a situation that is viewed as unsustainable. BBC insiders have also become increasingly exasperated by the parade of headlines about breakfast unrest, with one person describing the situation as hideous. The Internal Review is set for the BBC investigation into Frediani last year after he was accused of believably shaking a large female innocent exchange. I mean, I'm not laughing, but these really are terrible people. But the point is, they're both trying to throw each other under the basket. And Naga Munchetti, I think, finds herself in a perilous position because, trust me,
wow, even Sky News couldn't ignore it. In their coverage of Tommy Robinson's Unite the Kingdom rally, one of their own correspondents admitted something that completely shatters the mainstream narrative. He said, and I quote, "The most alarming aspect of the event was just how normal the people marching were. My own impression was that they were the sort of people you would meet in a country pub. Think about that. For years, legacy media have smeared ordinary Brits, mums, dads, veterans, workers, as far-right simply for standing up for their country. But when confronted with over
sign up and play for free."
He finally had to admit the truth. These weren't extremists, these weren't caricatures. These were ordinary, decent people, the backbone of Britain, taking to the streets. The old smear tactics don't work anymore. The scale of this movement is undeniable, and even Sky News had no choice but to say it out loud. Let's have a watch of what Trevor said, but first, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel for more. This was the seeds.
This is 100,000. Look at that. BBC says 100,000. Just look at that. Wait. There's nothing yet. They just go into the parliament. Never. I'm counting, you know that. You know how you count. I tell you, I'm counting stuff.
Following this, Trevor Phillips had...
Let me explain to you how we count. Depends on how good your vision. Take a block. Now, that's the people walking, right? Take a block. You see that block, depending on how your vision. You can make it decimal, 10 people. How many 10 people can fit in that block? Or, if your vision is well, you can look at it, say 100 people. I can fit in that space. And you take that 100, you already seen this one, you keep going with it. And then, if you're getting used to it, if you see the 100 people, then multiply. You can make 1,000. I mean, but my place, I did see 1,000 people, exact 1,000 people in the meeting, and we count. And because I see how they look side by side, and I can take that vision from that, and I can apply here. You can do it with the 50s and 100s, but when I'm doing it by thousands. And then I count one, I say 1,000, 2,000. Yeah. That's the way you count. And when they said 150,000, yesterday I seen it. What the fuck you talking about? That street has more than 100,000. You know, when you just watch.
This to say about the rally. 150,000 people
There you
came
go.
into central London, most carrying national flags.
150,000.
Judge across St George, even the Scottish saltire, protesting about immigration, about free speech, and about the decline of Christianity. There was some fearsome rhetoric, including from Elon Musk, who called for the overthrow of the British government. At the margins, there was some hooliganism. But I think that for those who opposed Robinson and his ilk, the most alarming aspect of the event was just how normal the vast majority of the marches were. I spent an hour or two at them, and my own impression was that they were mostly the sort of people you'd meet in a country pub, or in the half-time queue for the Luna football or at a concert. There was sprinkling of black and brown faces, and the event was brought to a close by a gospel group singing Jerusalem. All that must worry the traditional mass parties, Labour and Conservative, now polling at less than 40% extremely. They're draining support to parties like Reform and the Greens. And yet, a man recently out of jail, condemned as an extremist thug by most mainstream media outlets, can rally a demo the size of the entire population of Cambridge or Blackpool. I think you couldn't imagine either Sir Keir Starmer or Kevin Fairmont pulling off anytime soon.
And there it is, straight from Sky News. They finally admitted what we've known all along. This movement is made up of ordinary, hard-working British people. The kind you see in your local pub, the kind who keep this country running every single day. For years, the media has relied on smears, labels, fear tactics to try and shut this movement down. But when faced with the reality of over 1 million people marching proudly through London, they couldn't keep up the lie. This is bigger than politics, bigger than labels. It's about a nation rising to its feet. And no matter how they try to twist it, the truth is out there for everyone to see. In other news, Sir Sadiq Khan has caved under pressure from trade unions, putting forward a pay rise for tube drivers after strikes battered London this week. Transport for London, TfL, and the London Mayor are set to meet on Monday, where a no-conditions pay offer will be put on the table to tube trade unions. Transport workers in the capital demanded a 3.4% increase in their basic wages, which would take their average wage to £38,702. The average tube worker's salary is already 71% higher than the overall national average, and that number is set to increase as Sir Sadiq yields the demands. We believe that this offer makes the best use of the budget we have available and will maximise the level of pay increase we can provide for our people, the agenda read. These types of unconditional pay hikes are often known as no strings by unions to their members. The move from Mr Khan has been compared to handing out freebies by London Conservatives. Spokesman for the Tories at City Hall, Keith Prince, said Labour must learn that such moves with no conditions are not a form of negotiation. Mr Prince said, this inflation-busting pay rise does nothing to prevent future strikes, nothing to we've seen this week, and nothing to reassure Londoners that TfL and the Mayor of London have their interests at heart. Tens of thousands of commuters were forced to walk, cycle, or take a taxi during the week, with bike collisions increasing by a third within the first few days, according to the London Ambulance Service. Footfall plummeted in areas of the capital, with businesses in Canary Wharf and Westminster down by 31% compared to the week before. Union members said their biggest discontent is the length of their working week rather than wages. However, striking tube drivers have insisted they receive 2-for-1 entry to Legoland, Thorpe Park, and Chessington World of Adventures as part of their bonus. Mr Prince stated, the RMT, Rail, Maritime and Transport, has brought the capital to its knees to demand discounted theme park tickets and an extra day off a week. It's a joke. Londoners work hard for the things they want, and if the RMT thinks they're going to hold the city to ransom for a go on the roller coasters, then they'll find out very quickly how little Londoners support them to do so. This crisis cannot go on. Where is the mayor and where is his leadership at this crucial time for our city? The Bakerloo, Central, Circle, District, Hammersmith and City, Jubilee, Metropolitan, Northern, Piccadilly, Victoria and Waterloo and City lines were all suspended during the week. Commuters were seen flocking to the Elizabeth line, which was one of the few tubes operating normally. Should tube workers get their demands, it will cost a whopping £200 million. Claire Mann, Chief Operating Officer at Transport for London, TfL, said, "I'd like to say thank you to our customers and everyone in London for their patience during the RMT strike action this week. We have worked hard to operate as much of the transport network as possible, but I know it has been challenging for many people to travel in the capital this week, which has had a huge..."
Mr. Cooper?
You've been both here 3 times.
Oh, I know. You've been here since January.
Probably just 3 hours and linked at 388. And then they got outside sports and the crew and Ed and I have been given
All right, y'all. Today's case hits deep. Robert Caroline is a Marine veteran who's been locked up since January, waiting to see if he qualifies for Veterans Treatment Court. The holdup? A single missing document, his DD-214 discharge form. But after months of delays, Judge Boyd has had enough. She steps in, calls out the system, and makes a powerful decision right in the courtroom. This one's about justice.
March. March. Ready. Step by step, we hold the line. Drums of freedom beating time. Chains may break, the night may fall.
Hatred and political violence are dramatically becoming a reality again, bringing many unresolved issues to the surface. He would simply sit in public and allow anyone to challenge him in a debate on any topic. I say this also because in recent days I have read many inhumane comments about the death of Charlie Kirk, and I have read others that were truly frightening. An intellectual from the left who said, shooting Martin Luther King and shooting a MAGA representative are not the same thing. Does it mean that we should imagine lighter sentences for those who shoot a right-wing figure?
Upgrading to playstyle shrubbery, secure windows and doors has never been easier, with deposits starting from just £249.
The fact that their ideas are unacceptable. And look, I believe it's time to hold the Italian left accountable for this constant downplaying or even this ongoing justification of the criminalization and violence against those who don't think like them. Hatred and political violence are dramatically becoming a reality again, bringing many unresolved issues to the surface. I come from a political community that has often been unjustly accused of spreading hatred, which has been accused, imagine that, by the very same people who today remain silent, downplay, or even justify or celebrate the premeditated, intentional, cold-blooded murder of a 31-year-old young man whose only fault was courageously defending his beliefs. He would simply sit in public and allow anyone to challenge him in a debate on any topic. Because he was convinced of his ideas. He did it with a smile on his face, he did it with respect, and that was frightening. That's why, because when you have no arguments, you fear those who do. I've seen it happen many times. For those who have no arguments, the only weapons left are criminalization, insult, making the opponent seem unacceptable, and violence, which always starts as verbal violence, but sometimes even becomes physical violence. I say this also because in recent days I have read many inhumane comments about the death of Charlie Kirk, and I have read others that were truly frightening. One of these is by Pier Giorgio Di Freddi, an intellectual from the left who said, shooting Martin Luther King and shooting a MAGA representative are not the same thing. Now, I would like to ask this distinguished professor exactly what he means. Does he mean that there are people it is legitimate to shoot because of their ideas? Or that it is somehow less serious to shoot them simply because we do not share their ideas? Or that it's somehow understandable to feel like shooting someone because of their ideas? Does it mean that we should imagine lighter sentences for those who shoot a right-wing figure? Perhaps considering as a mitigating factor the fact that their ideas are unacceptable. Look, I believe it's time to hold the Italian left accountable for this constant downplaying or even this ongoing justification of the criminalization and violence against those who don't think like them. Because the atmosphere, even here in Italy, is becoming unbearable. And it's time to call it out. And it's time to clearly say that these ideas are unacceptable. They are dangerous, irresponsible, and completely opposed to any form of democracy.
Got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact name Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I'll share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital O-W-O, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the
That
three
guy must be
unfired
used
casings
that
read,
rifle
"Hey, fascist,
in the past.
exclamation point,
Mauser,
catch,
I
exclamation
used it. And a
point,
bolt
up
action
arrow
Mauser.
symbol, right arrow,
For
and
200
single
meter,
arrow,
it's
three
not
down
too
arrow
distant,
symbols.
but you
A
still have
second unfired
you have to have a
casing read,
little bit knowledge for shooting rifle. It's not a machine gun, this is a sniper rifle. This different kind of bolt action Mauser. That person had a knowledge of, they have to look in his background, maybe in the military even, not, you know,
together with
or
law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our
in
federal
America
partners
quite
with
known,
the,
you have
with the Federal
shooting
Bureau of
galleries.
Investigation. We're grateful
Like you go
for
to gym,
everyone who works
some
together
people go
and,
shooting galleries.
in such a short amount of time to
That person
find
knew.
this person.
I know
and
200
to,
meters is not much.
true justice. I want to thank
Not
the
for
public
a
who's been
scoop
so
and a
engaged,
fucking Mauser.
reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point.
Get to the fucking point, Mike.
The family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in the
What makes the dragonfly so extraordinary? Eat the fucking his head.
Yeah, let's see. I can remember one time
We are now learning from breaking bombshell news out today that Charlie Kirk's killer was living a double life. His trans boyfriend and roommate is now fully cooperating with the FBI and spilling the beans on everything. I'll share what we know up to
So that
this
means
point.
he's guilty.
Thank you guys so much for liking
If you know what I'm going to do and you don't go, you're guilty.
There's a lot of misinformation out there, and I want to give you guys the truth. Okay, first thing that I just
People don't
absolutely
think about it. If you know I'm going to cause some havoc, you knew it, I told you, and you're not informing the people, you are complicit. That's all this shooting and all that. All this transgender people. They are the ones I was telling you earlier about, depending on what age they made. Or some of them, they've not been transferred yet, but they are taking, called them blockers or something like that. Yeah, blockers. Yeah, but that blockers, it changes your nervous system. Yeah. No, what it does actually, is manipulate your nervous system. You don't know, your mind says, pick that glass up. I give you a message and goes. That blocker is what it does. You don't know if you want the glass or you don't want the glass. You're stuck in the middle. If you want part of it, you jump forward. Don't want part of it, you toss the backwards, and you flip.
Remember when Trump said black women in Chicago are begging him to bring in federal troops?
And the people in Chicago, Mr. Vice President, are screaming because they're wearing red hats. Like this one. But they're wearing red hats. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies, they say, please, President Trump, come to Chicago.
Well, guess what? I tracked her down. He's a down to how black people. Exactly. If he showed up in his first stop, people would
liberals say her now, calling her a sellout, crazy for backing Trump, but that's what Angela Gibbs Answers is all about.
Fancy new razor, arriving today with Prime. That's off your mind. So now you...
The people who you may not know or even understand. Hey, welcome to Angela Gibbs Answers. The goal is not to attack Danielle Carter Walters. She's not a member of the 92%. She started Chicago Clips Red, but to find out where Black MAGA is coming from, why she backs Trump, and why she supports Trump sending troops into her town of Chicago. First, we need to find out if she's from Chicago. Do you live in Chicago? Do you live in Chicago? Yes. Well, it's right here in the hood. So you can't, born and raised. So I grew up, when I was somebody built an exchange, they called that zero time back in the day, and they still call it now because it was so bad. So here's the rest of the interview. Here are all on the other side. We have been the ones calling for President Trump's help. Even before the election, we were calling to get him elected. So, we definitely want him to come in. The streets are not safe. It's a mess here as this administration with the governor, with the mayor. So we need help. And we're crying because we can't even walk. Now y'all want to tell us he's racist. What Jennifer Hudson, why you just say that when your family got murdered here in Chicago and Trump was the one who reached out to you, made sure you were straight, put you in a hotel, made sure you were good. All the people he helped, everybody we helped get the loan. Let's talk about when Chicago on his first term, when everything we asked him for in the black community, he did. Let's talk about what IQ that Boston Harrison and Bentley well. Look, I hear you on that, but see, the thing is, those who come from 85s and whatnot, but the whole thing with the DEI, and you see 30,000 black women losing their jobs right now, and the whole thing with the museums, and courting that type of low-key racism, that's what black people are looking at. That's not low-key racism. See, they have a problem if it's a white man doing it. Because let me say this. The first thing I would do if I got in office is fire we got 250 black faces and black faces in Chicago. I'm talking about from the department building, the deeds inspection, every last one of them would get fired. I would do it as a black woman. So, and y'all, they're required, it's 250 black people, then you just fired. Yes, I did. So imagine if it was a white man doing it. It has to be done. You see the DEI stuff and all of the DEI. The DEI never benefited us. You have to understand. I kept saying, I've been saying this, the white women been benefiting, and they brought all these illegals in. We're in Chicago, so we're a sanctuary city. You have to speak English now. You have to speak Spanish now. You have to be bilingual to get these jobs. How dare you make us be bilingual? Because when you do that, when you do that, who is that blocking out? Who is that? That's the black. Maybe this is because there have been numerous articles that said that white women benefited from DEI more so than men. However, if they use DEI and they put black people as the poster child of DEI and get all the other people riled up, get rid of them. But we're going to go to people, let me tell you, we got Indians here. They coming in by the droves. They see the people of color, the melon. See, everybody they love to live. People think that Trump is you.
Guys, something just happened. Something very significant. What we're about to walk through is
Hi, my name is Benedict. Welcome to my YouTube channel, The History Squad. And today's video is all about the Union Jack, or the Union flag, the flag of the British. Now we've got a prop here, and I'm going to use it to show you how the flag was put together and a little bit of history behind it.
Stop. Surely you want to lick the creamy yogurt from every
One domesticated with the ghostly path of my entire life.
Presenting aliens.
So the Union flag or the Union Jack. What actually sparked us to do this little film was we found this in the museum, where we volunteered for the military museum. And this is the history of the Union Jack, prepared for you by Laura Secord, Candy Shop. Well, it's a bit of a surprise to me because we live in the middle of Canada now. And this tiny little thing all opens up shows you how the Union flag developed, from 12th of April, 1606, under James VI of Scotland, 1st of England. Oh, there's an interesting thing, isn't it? It was a Scotsman who actually brought all the bits together. But it wasn't until 1801, if I remember correctly, that George III actually formalised the Union flag. And I've got to read you this because I could not memorise it. It's from a proclamation of George III, and he stated, "And that the Union flag shall..." Actually, he probably said it with a German accent, didn't he? So I'll try and do it in a slightly German accent. "And that the Union flag shall be azure, the crosses, saltires of St. Andrews and St. Patrick or..." I can't do this. Hang on a second. He said that the Union flag shall be azure, the crosses, salters of St. Andrew and St. Patrick, quarterly per salter, counterchains, argent, and goils. The later embraces of Scotland surmounted on the cross of St. George, and the third embraced as the saltire. I have no idea what that means. But there again, I am not from the College of Social Art. I'm just Kevin. So let's have a go with this little lovely piece that was a giveaway from a candy store in the middle of Canada 2 decades ago. So here we have our prop, which tells you all about the history of the Union Jack, Laura Secord's Candy Shops. This is a historical piece. We borrowed this from the Saskatoon Museum of Military Artifacts. Now let's open it up and show you how this actually works. So, unfold the whole lot. There we go. So we have a cross of St. Patrick, a little bit of blurb about the tradition of candy making, great. Then we have the cross of St. Andrew, the Scottish flag, and it tells you all about St. Andrew and all of that. Then we have the cross of St. George, but if you turn this page over, it tells you about the cross of St. Patrick, how St. Patrick came about and all of this. And then if you close over, there you have the Union flag. And this is just such a simple, lovely giveaway thing from a candy store in the middle of Canada. And it explains to the world how the Union flag, the Union Jack, came about. So, Union flag or Union Jack? Now, I was always taught in the army that it's the Union flag because the Union Jack is the little pennant that goes on the front of a ship. But also, Jack is a medieval term for coat, which may have had coat of arms over the top of it. This could roll up, but at the end of the day, the Union flag, brought together by a Scotsman, when James VI of Scotland becomes also James I of England. He brings about this union, yeah? And in 1606, on the 12th of April, the Union flag is put together. It's the cross of St. George and the salter, the cross of St. Andrew. And then there's an option. With the cross of St. George be on the top of the salter, or the salter on top of the St. George. Oh my goodness, we're great, aren't we? Yeah, and then they add Ireland, which of course is the three countries to make up the Union flag. But, you know, a second, they're missing somebody. Wales, not represented on the Union flag. And the reason being, apparently, was way back in those times, Wales was incorporated into England. So they just didn't bother with it. Now, it's interesting because should things change in the future with Britain, so Scotland separates, becomes its own independent thing, that will change the flag. And the heraldic people are already looking into this, and they've come up with one idea, which I think is quite neat. It has the cross of St. George, the red hand of Ulster, and that red dragon of Wales in each corner. Who knows what the future will hold? But anyway, now let's give you a story about my own or is it flag? You know, especially having served in the army, flags are important. When I was stationed in Germany, one of your jobs, if you were on the desk, was to put up the three flags, the Berlin Garrison, the regimental flag, I've got one here from the Royal Military Police, and of course the Union flag. And you always have to make sure that the Union flag was done the right way up. Yeah? Flags are important. They're national pride, all of that. And I didn't realise the importance other people put my flag, the Union flag, the Union Jack, until I'd been on a job on my own in the military police, in Cyprus on the Turkish border. I've been there for over a couple of years. It was a unique position where I policed an area that had been subject to Union flag. In fact, a British Army Union flag. And I was a bit, oh. And then I found the little letter that was with it. And it was from my Turkish friends. And Mehmet wrote, "Dear Footballers, before you came to Bergamo, it was a dangerous place. Drug trafficking and violence. Please, because we will never forget you. So I hope you've enjoyed our little film.
Breaker. This one hurts. A young Christian man took a bullet for speaking his mind. Name was Charlie. Husband, daddy, voice for the kids. Lord, why'd it go down like that? Stage lights cold as a winter rain. One breath, one prayer, then the world went strange. Crowd froze up when the thunder crashed. Truth on a mic and a life attack. He talked about hope in a stormy land. Bible in the heart and a promise in his hands. But a shadow reached from a coward's perch. Cut down the sun in the middle of the church. And I swear the tables turn the other way. Y'all know there'll be fires in the streets today. But here we stand with candles and a folded flag, begging God for mercy on the road we drive. How dare they steal the prayer from a faithful man? How dare they stain the grass where his boots once stained? They call us evil, point our cross, and pull that trigger and reckon no cause. If they were there, there'd be sirens and flames. But we're playing for truth while we whisper his name. Charlie, we ain't letting go of your hand. Still holding on the picture frame. Two little hearts asking who's to blame. America's weeping like a mourning dove. When a voice lost sight that was speaking love. He stirred up halls with a lion's roar. Told young souls they were made for more. Now we need to let the quiet where the echoes ring, and promise to carry what he came to bring. If the shoe was split, you hear a different crowd, and we'll choose the truth and we won't rise up and fire for fire, or stone for stone. We'll stand for justice and we won't back down. How dare they steal bread from a faithful man? How dare they stay in the glass where his boots once stand? They call us evil, pointing our cross. They pull that trigger, and no cause. If it were us, there'd be salaries in vain. While we whisper his name, Charlie, we ain't letting go Let the sheriff ride and the truth come clean. Let the darkness face what it's never seen. We won't forget and we won't lose heart. Sowing his mission where the field is sparse. To every kid who thinks they're alone, take up the banner and bring it home. Speak what's right through the night feels wrong. Make it right the answer, make it faith the song. How dare they steal the breath of a faithful man? The grave still moves like a river can. If it's that thought, we'll guard that moment. Hold tight to hold, save his name. If it were theirs, they'd burn the town. But we'll fight with truth, we won't bow down. Charlie, your life keeps riding. Charlie, works badly. Every kid who needed that voice, we'll carry it now. Rest in peace, Charlie. He's alive.
It's okay. Look, it's good. What's doing that, right? There are the baby gauchos in here.
Oh, remember you. Oh, they did the design, huh?
No, I take these ones out. You know, and I didn't want to take both out at the same time. Oh, what a time to fuck. Twins. Triplets, not twins. I think so. No, you are the twins. You didn't want to move. Another twins.
equipment. Equipment. Where would you put them?
I'm not in that area. This week, because all the things happened, I didn't do much on in art, But even then, I still done 500,000. What's first? Can you hear me sometime? I shouted in the night.
Many landscapes at the same time.